Well, Reverend, please come quick, 'cause I got something to admit. I met a man out in the sticks, a good old miss. He drove a Series 10 Cadillac and wore a cigar on his lip. Don't you know the devil wears a suit and tie? Saw him driving down the 61 in early July. Wide as a cotton field and sharp as a knife. I heard him howling as he passed me by. And he said, I know you, young man. I know you by the state of your hands. You're a six-string picker, just as I am. Let me learn you some, I know a few turns to make all the girls dance. Don't you know the devil wears a suit and tie? I saw him driving down the 61 in early July. Wide as a cotton field and sharp as a knife. I heard him howling as he passed me by. Oh, foolish, foolish was I. Damn my foolish eyes. Is that man's lessons had a price? Oh, sweet price. My sweet soul, everlasting, a very own eternal life. Don't you know that the devil wears a suit and tie? I saw him driving down the 61 in early July. Wide as a cotton field and sharp as a knife. I heard him howling as he passed me by. Well, the devil wears a suit and tie. I saw him driving down the 61 in early July. Wide as a cotton field and sharp as a knife. I heard him howling as he passed me by.
Some sweet loving anyway. Pulled you out by your hair. People ask I was never there. Come on, baby, and take a ride with me. Come on, baby, let's drive to the sea. Mother said she's my brother's daughter, and I don't even know who's my father. I guess she's my cousin, but she needs some sweet loving anyway.
Highway 60 with my baby in the passenger seat. I roll down the window and I lean my head back and I put my foot to the floor. We're going faster and she's saying, slow down, slow down. We're going faster and she's saying, slow down, slow down. We're going faster and she's saying, slow down, slow down. We're going faster and she's saying, slow down. And I said, no, and she's saying, slow down. And I said, no, and she's saying, slow down. And I said, no, and she's saying, slow down. And I said, no, and she's screaming, slow down. And I said, no, no.
My mother said she's my brother's got her, and I don't even care who's my father. I guess she's my cousin, but she needs some sweet loving anyway.
The opposition is trying to challenge my ability to lead this organization. Various factions are painting me as unqualified for the role. However, we have faced much stronger efforts to undermine our momentum in the past, and this matter will be dealt with accordingly.
EWBSX stands for Eternal White Boy Summer Radio. Thank you guys for listening, and we got a very special treat. I was able to dig up some cool tapes from the trunk of my car, and spoiler alert, I have no idea what's on them. So we're gonna find out together. Extremely exciting. It's EWBSX, the cyberbully. See you on the other side.
EWBSX, the cyberbully. Let us be your algorithm.
It's only been a week. The rush of being home and rapid fading, failing to recall what I was missing all that time in England. It sent me aimlessly on foot or by the help of transportation to knock on windows where my friend no longer lived. I had forgotten. And everywhere I go, there's always something to remind me of another place in time, where love that traveled far had found me. We stayed outside till 2, waiting for the light to come back. We didn't talk, I knew, until you asked what I was thinking. Until you asked what I was thinking.
wise man's tools are analogies and puzzles. The woman holds her tongue, knowing silence will speak for her. Brave men tell the truth. The wise man's tools are analogies and puzzles. The woman holds her tongue, knowing silence will speak for her. Will speak for her. And everywhere I go, there's always something to remind me of another place and time where love that traveled far had found me.
God damn it, an entire generation pumping gas, waiting tables, slaves with white collars. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need. We're the middle children of history, man. No purpose or place. We have no Great War, no Great Depression. Our Great War is a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our lives.
I am offended that our children are not receiving affordable gender reassignment surgery along with hormone blockers and access to abortions. This alone is a threat to our democracy. It just shows that you people do not care about our children and that these are the same people who refuse to obey the science and get fully vaccinated. It's science, people! Science! Science, people! Science!
EWBSX, the cyberbully, where white boy summer never ends.
They've stolen everything in sight, stealing everything. The country's being stolen from American citizens as we watch. And we ought to push back aggressively in their face, immediately, against anything that's a threat to your children. Ought to make you so mad that you swing first and ask questions later.
Now arrives the hour of action.
Attention, all esoteric health autists. Are you tired of the globalist agenda dimming your vital essence? Introducing Testy Tanners, the only shorts specifically designed for ball sunning, crafted for those who want to recharge their vital essence with the rays of the golden one up high. Testy Tanners are more than just shorts. They're a fierce defense against being transed by whatever is turning the frogs gay. Made from 100% organic cotton, Testy Tanners utilize our patented UV permeable fabric technology to ensure your boys get to bask in the full spectrum of sunlight. True holistic health starts from the ground up, so harness the power of the sun like never before, all while looking stylish. Testy Tanners come in all your favorite colors. And for the true Sigma, Testy Tanners can be ordered in our signature Southern Exposure Edition, our thinnest and most revealing material yet. Say goodbye to hiding your gems and embrace the glistening radiance of the sun. Testy Tanners, because your balls should be basking in the beautiful bounty of the sun. Order your Testy Tanners today.
All right, how many times this happened to a nigga? You chilling, balls deep in a round of 2K with the homies, or FaceTiming with one of your baby mamas, and then, out of nowhere, the ceiling hit you with that beep, knocking your whole train of thought clear off the tracks. Now, most of you just learn to live with it. Fact of life, you know what I'm saying? Eventually, don't even notice it. But if you a conscientious nigga like yours truly, like I'm about my business, know what I'm saying? Enough said. Well, introducing Chirp Skirt, aka Quiet Them Ceiling Birds. Now, it ain't gonna make the beat completely disappear, but trust me, it'll make the shits way softer, know what I'm saying? Like, giving the birdies a little slizzerp on that good, you know, the pizzerple slizzizzer of, know what I'm saying? So check it. It works like this. We come install a little machine that's gonna make a similar sound, but it's reverse, know what I'm saying? So it cancels the shit out. Now you can get back to the game, get money, get paid, get blizzard. Order yours today and pick up at any Cricket Mobile location or outside your local
The
welfare
N-word.
office. Ask for Ray Ray, and if he ain't there, try for Big Ant. All right.
And I can hear the protests. Well, the world isn't fair, sure, but then there's all these other things that make it extra not fair. I don't give a shit. Those are part of the terrain. It's like you getting it. What is up, everyone? How is it going on this fine Saturday afternoon? A great day to labe. Let us labe. Apologies for missing the last couple of streams. Definitely didn't want to do that, but every once in a while, I've got a herniated disc in my lower back and a herniated disc in my upper back, and every once in a while they conspire to knock me out. And I'm somewhat at the mercy of what it allows. And I was okay. Yesterday, I was fine. I was like out walking around, went for a walk outside, and I'm doing a little bit of stuff around the house, and it just kind of hurts. It's annoying, kind of comes and goes, but whatever. But as soon as I would sit down at my computer, something about being in the computer position or something, it just would start throbbing and pulsing in my eye and the base of my skull behind my ear back here, and it totally scrambled my brains. I couldn't hold a train of thought, and I was like, if I try to do something right now, it's just going to be terrible. I'm just going to be sitting here stumbling over my words and trying to think and drawing a blank. And yeah, no, it just wasn't going to fly. So I had to postpone, but I'll make it up to you guys. And I am going to give you guys your money's worth today. Got a whole bunch of stuff. Who knows how long this one's going to go, but we're going to talk about some good stuff. We're going to get a little controversial. We're going to call out the black pillars as usual. And talk about some of the wonderful things that our president is doing for us. Thank you, Mr. President. Got some great videos. Got some GigaJue videos. He's the man is an endless font of viral videos. So we're going to get some good ones from Mr. Stephen Miller, and then some odds and ends stuff. Talk about infrastructure. So do me a favor and hit the like button. Those of you who are watching, share the show if you would. Let the people know. As Mr. Jason Miranchuk says, let the people know that we are live and we are jamming. And there's probably going to be some stuff in this today that you know someone who needs to hear this stuff. Maybe they're being overcome by the black pills, the relentless stream of demoralization content is getting them down, and they need some reasons to abandon the black pill. Well, we will give them some. Also, you note the streamer salary in the top left-hand corner right now. It'll be above my head for the duration of the show. Please do contribute. Help me pay my salary. Help me keep doing what I'm doing here. And for those of you who would like to tip in Bitcoin, perhaps you are just constitutionally opposed to giving any of your money whatsoever to Google, so you don't want to send a super chat. You don't want Google to take 30 to 50% of the super chat, but then even the Streamlabs link, tips.kingpilled.com, even that, maybe you don't want to give money to PayPal. You just don't want to give any of it up at all. If you're going to donate money to support the cause, you want the maximum amount to go to yours truly. Well, if that is you, then there's a new way to support. I have a Lightning wallet. Now I need to double check it now. I forgot I didn't have something written down in front of me, so I got to come over here and check just to make sure I get it exactly right. Kingpilled at manabitcoin.com. That's my Lightning address. So Kingpilled at mana with two N's, M-A-N-N-A, bitcoin.com. This was suggested by a loyal Labian, and I'm going to give it a shot. He sent me a test transaction, and for a $10 tip, it cost him 17 cents. So I got the $10, he got the 17 cents, or he paid the 17 cents to send it. That's better than anything that you're going to get anywhere else. So if you would like to support the show through Bitcoin, I'm happy to take whatever Bitcoin you want to give me. I'm slowly adding to my little stack. I got my dollar cost averaging going just a little bit on a regular basis, gradually stacking sats. And if you would like to contribute to that, then that's the way to do it. Lightning address, kingpilled at manabitcoin.com. And then, of course, there's also Buy Me Coffee, there's Cash App, there's a Substack, kingpilled.substack.com. And then, above all, kingpilled.com to join the Kingpilled Discord, which is what I strongly encourage you to do that, because you'll absolutely get the most for your money that way. I suppose maybe I shouldn't diminish the value that I provide here in return for tips. I'm a digital busker, and doing my busking out here, standing on the street corner, performing with a little hat in front of me. Please put something in the hat. Please, sir. May I have another? All right, so streaming on YouTube and on X, at Real Kingpilled on X. So please do retweet or tweet out the link or share it or do whatever you do to get more eyes on it. And then engaging in the chat helps as well. And we've got this, I saw in the chat before I hopped on here, people were discussing the new crown system. And I don't understand it because just in the time that I've been watching here, the numbers have been moving around rather strangely. Apparently it's a ranking of engagements or something like that, but it's not from anything that I did. I didn't change anything. They just started showing up in the chat all of a sudden. So apparently we have a leaderboard, and the only thing I can conclude is that you guys need to send more chats to push your way up the ranking on the leaderboard. I think that I don't know if it like ranks super chats above others or if it's just purely I can't imagine that it's just simple like volume of chats that can just be gamed by people spamming it, but then maybe it's not a bad thing if people spam it and game it because it drives more engagement. I don't know. I have no idea what it is. Right now we've got the community leaderboard it won't let me see the whole name here, but you got Zach Putin something or other. Putin. Zach Putin. I don't know. I can't read the whole name. He's at number 1. We got Isaac at number 2. And Goislap Burrito Bar, what a name, at number 3. My dear wife at number 4. And Mr. Oblivion coming in at number 5. So there's our top 5 right now. If you guys want to get yourself... Oh, wait a second here. There's a little question mark. What does it say? Community leaderboard in XP, a place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in live chat. It resets every stream. Okay, so it's stream specific. That makes sense. How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points or XP. Here's how you get them. You send live chat messages or send super chats and super stickers. So, sending super chats and super stickers it does boost your way up the ranks. So, if you really want the top spot, now you know how to do it. Though, of course, that does mean you're giving money to YouTube. So, it's for you to decide. Do you want to be at the top of the rankings, or do you want to bypass the YouTube middleman? That's for you guys to decide. Okay, let's get this rocking and rolling. I do think that I fixed the soundboard for the time being, at least. I'm looking into. I probably should just get a Stream Deck, but it's like $150, and I've spent a lot of money lately on things for the setup here. So before I go all the way over to the Stream Deck, for the time being, I'm going to try to stick with this. And I uninstalled, deleted all Streamlabs things off, went into all the caches, deleted all Streamlabs related things, and reinstalled it because there was a couple other weird buggy things it was doing that made me wonder if maybe there was a corrupted install or something like that. And since I reinstalled it, it seems as if the soundboard is working again. And it's not doing some of the other weird stuff it was doing. So we're going to cross our fingers and hope that we've solved it for now. But do let me know if you can hear this.
Greetings!
It's telling me that the sound is coming through, and it told me last time that the sound was coming through on the mixer down here. But I don't have any way of telling whether it's actually coming through. He heard it! Slutty Milk says he heard it. Well, excellent. Well, that is very, very good. Then let us get started with the designated "We Are Getting Started" clip.
Let's fucking go. Get your spectral sock out, nerds. It's gonna get good.
All right. So we're gonna start this one off today. We're doing a special weekend lab. So we're gonna lean into the wholesome content. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying your Saturday afternoons wherever you are in the country. We're getting a little bit of sunshine after several days worth of massive rainstorms. We got, in the last 10 days, we got something like 6 inches of rain where we're at. And it rained for hours consecutively nonstop. And I'm not talking like Washington drizzle rain. I'm talking like the skies opening up and pissing all over us rain. Yesterday morning, it stopped around, 8 or 9 a.m. And by like 5 or 6 p.m., there was no standing water left anywhere in the yard. There had been some. That's how quickly just gets sucked right out, right down into the ground. And if we don't get any rain for the next 2 or 3 days, then everything will have completely dried out and the ground will start cracking again. That's how quickly it all goes away. So we are getting a little bit of sun this afternoon. Of course, that makes it super humid. But hopefully you guys are enjoying your Saturday afternoons wherever you are. We're going to lean into the wholesome content here. I've got a handful of clips here at the beginning from Wholesome Side of X. And this is just purely for the good feels. Lay aside all of the cares of the world, all the things you're concerned about, your thirst for knowledge or insight or whatever. Just lay it all aside for a few moments and just enjoy the sheer wholesomeness of, to start with, some baby giggles. The best sound in the world. The absolute best sound in the world. When a baby gets hit by something and just straight up gut laughs.
That's what you do.
Tube of Armenia says, I would go to war for white baby giggles. You know, generations of men have gone to war for precisely that reason. For baby giggles. We got more. This isn't baby giggles. We got more wholesome stuff, though. This guy, what an absolute maniac. This man faked a plane crash in order to propose to his girlfriend.
Babe. Can you get... That's weird, hold on.
By the way, this would not have worked with my wife. This man knows the woman that he's proposing to, which is, you know, if you... I know the opinions are very split on the public proposals, like do the proposal out in public at a game or a restaurant or whatever versus do it privately, whatever. It's to each his own. Some women love the public stuff. Some women hate it. I'm not even going to weigh in on that. But if you as a man propose and she says no, that's on you. That is not on her. That is on you. If you're proposing, you better know that she's going to say yes. If you don't know if she's going to say yes or not, you shouldn't be proposing. So this man knew exactly where he was at. This is a man in control of the frame.
I'm not getting any response out of the controls here. Can you grab the checklist from the side? Sorry, babe. Just don't panic. The next one, over. Page 2. We might have to land in the field. I'm not even kidding you.
This one, forced landing?
Yes.
Verify flight ring is engaged.
Got it.
Initiate ring engagement process. Follow steps 11 to 14. Is a pass.
Go on, please.
I hate you!
Hun? Can you please tell me, could you keep reading to the steps, hun?
Will the pilot in command love the passenger forever? Check.
Keep going, babe.
Will you marry the pilot in command?
Babe.
This is how you get more baby giggles. Another one. Now, there's a couple interesting things about this one here. A little longer clip. First of all, I notice the caption POV, you get invited to a cookout while delivering packages. I noticed, first of all, that POV is used properly. The POV meme is almost to the point now where it's like you're doing the meme wrong if you use POV properly. But here, he actually used it properly. The second thing is that the channel here is called, I can't see it quite yet. It's like Amazon Guy POV or something like that. This is a dude, an Amazon delivery driver, who has apparently a TikTok account that he just streams to. He's wearing a GoPro or something like that, and he's just doing his Amazon job, but he's streaming it. Now, I'd be very curious. I'm not curious enough to go find out for myself, but I'd be very curious to see how he can do this without like violating privacy laws or something like that. $5 super chat from Lurch. He says, offer still stands, 1-to-1 match on all Streamlabs tips tonight. Let's fucking go. Thank you, my friend. You guys heard it. So any Streamlabs tips, tips.kingpilled.com. Any Streamlabs tips, Lurch is going to match them 1-to-1. We got to get to that goal. We're at 618.50 right now out of 1,000. We got to get to that goal. We got the. It says 23 hours to go because I can't do it less than a day. So this is through the end of the month. Month turns over, so end of the month coming up. Anything you guys can do to support the digital busking, very much appreciate it. So I wonder how he does this. How, like, if he is this I would imagine he's probably gotten it cleared, especially if he's doing like viral clips and stuff like this. I would imagine that he's probably gotten it cleared with his supervisors or whatever. But he's also like going to people's houses and there's addresses there. So I don't know. Anyways, but I do find this sort of thing fascinating when people use find ways to creatively use social media to like subsidize or build off of their existing sort of menial job. Like the guys that go around and clean people's, like pressure wash people's driveways for free. And the reason they can do it is because they just film it, and it's kind of like ASMR or something for people. People feel it's like soothing to just sit and watch someone in sped up, just mowing a lawn. You see the before or the after. You see the pressure wash driveway, and so it makes it really interesting to it's interesting to me that this is a way that people have figured out to capitalize on the leverage and the scale and the certain things that are available to us through social media in order to make what would seem ordinarily kind of mundane actually very productive. So a lot of those guys, they can actually go around and they can like clean up someone's yard completely for free. So they're able to provide a free public service essentially, because they're monetizing it separately. So their viewers monetize them doing it because they enjoy having the content for whatever purpose, and then they're able to provide the service for free, which is kind of an interesting way of providing a public utility. Like if you have teams of guys who go around and clean up public spaces or something like that, and you can monetize it that way. It's a creative way of using technology that wouldn't have been available to us before. So you can actually provide a quote-unquote free service because you're able to effectively monetize it at scale on the other end. I think that sort of thing is really cool. So here's this great video. This is America. This is Memorial Day, America. This is the spirit of America right here.
Hey, how you doing? Doing good.
You hungry?
I am hungry.
You want some barbecue chicken and corn on the cob?
Yeah.
Come on.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, you're working on
all right.
Memorial Day weekend.
Let's do it.
Gotta hook you up.
Let's do it. All right.
He won't bite. He just happens.
Oh,
come on. Come on. Leave him alone.
Oh. Hey. How you guys doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good.
Going for some dinner?
Yeah. Let's do it. Ah. Oh, follow you. How you guys doing? How you guys doing?
Oh, he's giving you chicken? With mambo sauce from Costco. Have you ever had the mambo sauce?
I love mambo sauce.
Yeah.
That's my favorite sauce.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh my goodness.
Chicken.
Oh my.
Grab the cord. I'll get you.
All right. Woo.
This is the sort of thing civilization is built upon.
Thanks.
Grab a couple pieces.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I'll take one.
I'll take one.
Was that butter? Here's the butter.
Little give and take here.
Okay.
Only one piece? Go for two.
Okay,
Don't feel,
okay.
You know,
Everything about this is just perfect.
here's the sauce, the butter. So it's got like a JO spice and some adobo. And then there's rice in the pot there. It's a coconut, mango.
Okay.
Ah!
What's your name, man?
My name is Dominic.
Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you, Dominic. I'm Mike.
Nice to meet you, Mike.
Because your steering wheel's gonna be all jacked up.
Oh.
I have mango sauces.
Oh. Okay. Put that right there. Thank you.
You want rice or you gonna skip it?
I'm good on the rice.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, man.
Appreciate it.
Happy Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day.
Yep.
Y'all have a good day.
Hey, you want a soda? Coke?
Yes, yes.
Have you delivered here before?
Thank you, man. No, this is my first time.
Oh, I was gonna say because I usually see a woman that comes here and delivers.
Mhm.
But maybe we'll see you more then.
Okay. Y'all have a good.
I love my country, man. I love my country. Dennis Potter, he just walked right off the street. He's an Amazon delivery driver. The beginning of the video, he just walked up and the guy was like, "Hey, you want to get some chicken and corn?" And he went back there. More from Wholesome Side of X. I said I love my country. This is my country right here. This is America. Our next door neighbor turned 100 years old today, is the caption. He's a World War II veteran, so my fiance and his best friends dressed in their uniforms to salute him while driving past him in the 20-plus car parade. This is a high-trust society. These are the things you get in a high-trust society. People who want to shit on like suburban America or whatever, this is suburban America. This is suburban America at its best. You might say, "Oh, living in pods or whatever." This is suburbia. This is the American middle class. This is the engine of the entire world economy. Everything, all the DOGE cuts, everything that we've seen over the last several months about all the waste, fraud, and abuse has just pointed to the fact that ordinary American people like this have been the ones who have been carrying the entire world on our shoulders. Our lifeblood being siphoned away from us to fund every conceivable scheme imaginable. This is the American heartland right here. No matter where it's geographically located, this is the spirit of America. People being proud of their own people, proud of their homeland, supportive and appreciative of their military, regardless of the specific details about that military, whatever. At the end of the day, you've got a 100-year-old man here who has, through his life, earned this sort of respect and deference from his people. This is beautiful. This is also America right here. I've never been prouder to be an American than watching the Wienermobile at the Indy 500. America Hope Corps. They thought we were down. Nah, America's coming back in a big way. We're racing Wienermobiles. What the fuck is a Oh, man. It's so good to be an American, man. Paul Suda. We got a surprise Paul Suda video. This isn't a recap video, but it's yet another in his yet another edition in his Making Art for Our Guys. Keep going, Western man.
This, I know. It's all wrong. By rights, we shouldn't even be here. But we are. It's like in the great stories, Mr. Frodo. The ones that really mattered. Full of darkness and danger they were. And sometimes you didn't want to know the end. Because how could the end be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was when so much bad had happened? But in the end, it's only a passing thing. This shadow. Even darkness must pass. A new day will come. And when the sun shines, it'll shine out the clearer. Those were the stories that stayed with you. That meant something. Even if you were too small to understand why. And I think, Mr. Frodo, I do understand. I know now. Folk in those stories had lots of chances of turning back, only they didn't. They kept going. Because they were holding on to something. What are we holding on to, Sam? That there's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo. And it's worth fighting for.
That's a line that in EWBSX enjoyers are familiar with that audio there. That line. There's something good in the world and it's worth fighting for. That's one to staple on the backside of your eyelids. One of my most fascinating bits of trivia has come to an end. Harrison Ruffin Tyler, the grandson of President John Tyler, has passed away at the age of 96. This is the grandson of the 10th U.S. president. 10th U.S. President John Tyler. And his grandson just died. His grandson was still alive. The guy who called the 10th president of the United States Grandpa just died. His death marks the end of a living link to a 19th century U.S. presidency and a person of intrigue for many political historians. Tyler was the son of Lyon Gardner Tyler and the grandson of John Tyler, who served as the 10th president of the United States from 1841 to 1845. His mother, Susan Ruffin Tyler, descended directly from Pocahontas. I didn't know Elizabeth Warren had been around that long. According to the Richmond Times-Dispatch, Harrison died of dementia over the Memorial Day weekend in his Virginia nursing home. How appropriate is that? The dude whose grandpa was president before the Civil War, who's still alive, dies on Memorial Day weekend. He was born November 9, 1928. His father, Lyon Sr., was 75 at the time. Lyon Sr. had been born when President John Tyler was 63. So this was the... Lyon Sr. was 75, and he was born when his dad was 63. That's how you get and then this dude here was 96. That's how you get 3 generations removed from pre-Civil War America to today. The former president, who died in 1862, had 15 children of his own. When we talk about the need to return, this is what we're talking about here. 15 children. Think about that. Think about the standard of living people had back then, and they're cranking out 15 kids. So he studied at St. Christopher's School in Richmond, then went on to William and Mary in Virginia Tech. In 1968, he co-founded ChemTreat, a water treatment company that served major clients like Kraft and Philip Morris. Imagine that. Imagine telling John Tyler that his grandson was going to found a water treatment company to serve companies like Kraft and Philip Morris, which were It wouldn't have meant a single thing to him. Oh, yeah, he heard plenty of baby giggles. Yeah, that's for sure. John Tyler was born in 1790, shortly after George Washington's inauguration, and grew up on a Virginia plantation. He became president in 1841 after William Henry Harrison died just 31 days into office, the first vice president to assume the presidency that way. He was a lifelong slave owner and champion of states' rights, although he died just 1 year after the outbreak of the American Civil War. R.I.P. to a great American legacy. I mean, I think he has kids, so it's still alive. The family line is still alive. But there's one of my favorite bits of trivia from the first time I heard it. Okay, let's talk about the economy. We have a regular in the Kingpilled Discord who has been dropping these articles constantly, all the time. The press doesn't cover all of this stuff. It barely gets paid attention to because everyone's yelling about, I don't know, Jeffrey Epstein or whatever scandal of the day has happened. But these sorts of articles have just been dropping constantly. All you have to do is just go to I'm repeating from what he said. Just go to Google News, filter by the last day or the last week or whatever, and just look for new investment, new manufacturing, new factory, anything like that. And these things are coming in by the bushel, just constantly. I've got a few of them that we'll go through here in just a second. But first of all, Trump's tariffs delivered a record $23 billion in revenue in May. May 22 was the largest day for tariff revenue collections. U.S. tariff revenues reached an all-time high in May as President Donald Trump's trade policies started to fill the government coffers. This is from Zero Hedge. According to the May 28 Daily Treasury Statement, revenues from customs and certain excise taxes climbed to a record high of $23.28 billion this month, up from $17.431 billion in April. May was the first full month that Trump's levies took effect. Most of the tax collections occurred on May 22, exceeding $16 billion. Shortly after his April 2 Liberation Day announcement, the administration imposed 10% tariffs on nearly every country in the world. Fiscal year to date, the federal government's fiscal year runs October 1 to September 30. Tariff revenues total basically $94 billion. So October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. So 8 months. So that means over the last 8 months, it's been an average of something like almost $12 billion a month in tariffs. And a significant chunk of that time was before the tariff regime was implemented. So let's see. Let's do a little bit of math here. $24 billion this month. Let's just say $20 billion to make things easy. Well, that's $240 billion a year, which over 10 years is what, $2.5 trillion, basically? Huh. And I was told that tariffs could not be a source of revenue. Interesting. As Andrew Morin reports for the Epoch Times, Customs and Border Protection says it has been implementing and enforcing the president's tariffs, quote, using all our enforcement and revenue collection authorities. Last month, the CBP conducted 33 audits, leading to the collection of $117 million in duties and fees owed to the U.S. government. Officials found that imported goods had been improperly declared. Despite the sizable increase in tariff revenues, it still accounts for a relatively small portion of overall government receipts. In April, Washington generated $850 billion in revenues, meaning levies represented approximately 2% of the total amount. Now, this is a little bit, if you're looking on a monthly basis, well, April happens to be a month that generates a whole shit ton in revenues for very obvious reasons, because there's a very important date in the month of April associated with government revenue generation. I think it's... I don't remember what the exact numbers are, but I was looking at a chart for this the other day that showed that the U.S. government takes in so much in tax revenues in April that April is a surplus month overall by a significant margin. Where every other month is a deficit month, April is a surplus month. Despite the president's estimates, tariffs are only producing less than $1 billion per day for the U.S. government. This sort of thing is just like, despite his estimates, they're only producing less than $1 billion per day. We have I'm a white guy, and I'm ready to kill. Record month in tariff revenue, but it's less than $1 billion per day. $1 billion per day is really freaking good. Are you going to, $365 billion in tariff revenue a year? And this is just getting started. $5 super chat from Zhang Wei 30 says, thank you for your work. Always quality. This is a tip. Pardon me. A tip through Streamlabs. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, damn it, Jeremy says, translation, getting what I voted for. Yes. This is getting what I voted for. I think there was... Let's read down here. In a March 31 interview with Fox News Sunday, the president's senior trade advisor Peter Navarro forecast that tariffs could raise approximately $600 billion a year, or about $6 trillion over a decade. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaks to reporters. Economists have presented more conservative estimates. The Tax Foundation, for example, anticipates Trump's higher import duties will lead to more than $2.1 trillion in revenue over 10 years, which, if things stay as they are right now, which Zero Hedge goes and characterizes as like underwhelming up here, then this seems entirely doable. Here's the thing, is this sort of... Everyone has like autistic spreadsheet libertarian brain on this kind of thing, where they can only evaluate this stuff in a vacuum, or only in like a static frame. But this stuff is very dynamic. So going forward, having tariff revenues come down is actually not necessarily a bad thing, because of what that implies. If the tariff revenues are coming down, on one hand, you could say, oh, well, people just are pulling out of the U.S. market. Well, that's patently absurd. Nobody can afford to pull out of the U.S. market. This is why it's such a powerful bargaining chip. So if tariff revenues were to go down or were to underwhelm expectations, the most likely explanation for that is because of just how much investment has been brought into the country, the onshoring of the manufacturing, to not have to pay the tariffs. So it's actually, this puts us in a position, a heads I win, tails you lose position. Either we're generating revenue off of the tariffs, which decreases the tax burden on the rest of the people's incomes, or the tariffs incentivize industrial activity and investment within America and everything that entails. I got a whole bunch more, so let's keep going here. Tennessee Department of Transportation announces partnership with Cheatham County, I'm assuming that's pronounced Cheatham, I don't know, and Ingram Barge for new river port in Ashland City. I'm using Brave's speed reader function, which cleans out a lot of the crap. There's a new river port coming to Ashland City. This is Ashland City is a suburb of Nashville. Small city, about 5,000 people. It's right on the Cumberland River. The Cumberland River flows to the Ohio, which flows to the Mississippi. And I've talked before about the unique geographical advantages that America has, foremost among them being we have more navigable waterways within the country than, I think, something like the rest of the world combined, or some sort of absurd statistic like that. We have the unique capacity to transport goods within the country for way cheaper than anybody else can. And we can get deep penetration between the waterways, railroads, and the highway system. We have the capacity to move goods basically anywhere we want within the country, which is part of what creates our baseline for being able to, of any region in the world, the United States would be uniquely positioned to thrive as an autarkic region, meaning fully economically self-sufficient, totally zero imports whatsoever, entirely surviving off of what we have. Now, that wouldn't be an ideal situation to be in, but of all the places in the world, we're uniquely qualified for that. We have so much capacity to generate all of the resources that we need and move them anywhere we want in the country. It's just simply a matter of having the investment and the regulatory regime that supports that supports that, allows for it. This is not just about the dollar that we spend today. This is about all of the future generations that are going to participate in this investment that we're making here today, said Tennessee Deputy Governor and Commissioner of Transportation Butch Ely. There was a couple of details here. To be located on the former site of the Cheatham County Highway Department and school bus garage, the river port is possible through a partnership allowing for the construction of an inland port by Ingram Barge at mile marker 162 on the 40-acre site on the Cumberland River. The approximate $30 million cost includes $3 million from TDOT for the construction of the pier, both of which will support multimodal infrastructure and transportation, according to TDOT. McGregor said the county sold the land to Ingram Barge for $2.5 million. This is it's a public-private partnership, which is something that we've been talking about for years since our team came into play. When we engage the private sector with the public, then we're certain that projects are done when they should be, and that we work for commerce. We have to move commerce in a state like ours, and that river right there is very important. TDOT Chief of Planning Bureau Preston Alito explained that not only is river transportation more economical and has a lower environmental impact than truck transport, it also means fewer vehicles on the road, reducing congestion and need for regular maintenance and repairs, resulting in savings for taxpayers. Quote, if you think about the commerce that's going to be on the waterway, it's some of the most heaviest freight. And to be able to have that on the water as opposed to on our roads, you can think about the number of pavement cycles and bridge replacements that we'd have to do. So a $3 million investment will be much more than that. We couldn't do any type of real infrastructure improvement on a road or bridge with $3 million in comparison to the system-wide benefit. So, I mean, basically, if we invest this $3 million in this public-private partnership to get this off the ground, then it will facilitate all of the waterway traffic that will take stuff off of the roads, and then we won't have to invest all of the money that we'd have to invest in repairing the roads, because $3 million wouldn't go very far in repairing the roads. So this is it's good to see this sort of like systems level thinking happening. Beyond job creation and better roads, the port could help lower the cost of goods by reducing shipping expenses for businesses, which may lead to lower prices for consumers. It can also attract new companies to the area, boosting our local economy and expanding the tax base, which can ease the burden on individual taxpayers. With less freight on the roads, we'll likely see reduced traffic and wear and tear, saving money on maintenance. There's also potential for workforce training programs tied to the port, giving local residents better access to higher-paying jobs. These sorts of projects are going in all over the place, constantly. On a daily basis, there's new news dropping about whether it's for facilitating transportation or lowering energy costs or building data centers or all these sorts of things. They're going in all over the place, like gangbusters. Another one, Tulsa Port selected for a $4 billion aluminum plant. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt and the Oklahoma Department of Commerce announced May 16 that Emirates Global Aluminum has selected the Tulsa Port of Enola as the preferred site for the first new primary aluminum production plant to be built in the United States in 45 years. The first new primary aluminum production plant to be built in the United States in 45 years. The facility will be located on more than 350 acres with rail and waterway connections. Once complete, the facility will be the largest of its kind in the United States, producing billets, sheet ingots, high-purity aluminum, and foundry alloys. The project will almost double the United States' domestic aluminum production and will create 2,800 direct and indirect jobs. EGA entered into an MOU with Stitt on April 21. The agreement is contingent upon the Oklahoma legislature approving the terms outlined in the MOU. The MOU is part of $200 billion in recently announced commercial agreements between the United States and the UAE. So the Tulsa, if I remember right, Tulsa is on the Arkansas, I think. The Arkansas River, which itself would flow down into, I think the Arkansas goes directly into the Mississippi as well. So, and then I have no idea what is upstream from the Arkansas, but this is part of, you've seen all these different, the talk about like robotics and manufacturing and building up the big manufacturing facilities, plus all the different auto manufacturers that are coming back into the United States and bringing that back here. Well, having a vastly increased domestic aluminum production is going to go a long ways toward that. This is building out all the different levels of the supply chain. All these companies are flooding in. And we were told, in no uncertain terms, that tariffs are just a tax on the consumer and they're just going to make everything more expensive. It won't work. People will just stop doing business with the United States because of the tariffs. Anybody who is talking that way is an economic illiterate. They're an economic and geopolitical illiterate. Another one, Stellantis reshuffles North American production to sidestep U.S. tariffs. Stellantis would be the company behind Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Chrysler, I can't think of the other companies right now, or the other brands that it makes right now. But Stellantis reshuffles North American production to sidestep U.S. tariffs. Facing a wave of new U.S. auto tariffs, Stellantis is taking aggressive steps to restructure its North American operations, shifting pickup truck production from Mexico to Michigan, and ramping up efforts to source more parts from within the United States. The move aims to dodge the financial blow of President Donald Trump's latest trade measures, which place a 25% tariff on imported vehicles and auto components not meeting updated content thresholds. The production shift was confirmed by Stellantis Chief Financial Officer Doug Osterman during a recent call with analysts. Osterman said the Netherlands-based automaker is calibrating its investments, footprint, and employment across North America to maintain profitability under the new policy. The updated tariff framework announced by President Trump offers a temporary rebate to automakers based on the percentage of their vehicles' content that meets the YMCA rules. Stellantis vehicles built in the U.S. currently average around 80% YMCA-compliant content. By raising that figure to 85%, Stellantis could secure rebates in the first 2 years of the policy, which would help offset the 25% levies on the remaining 15%. So this is just yet another one. I went and just kind of picked some random ones that all seem to sort of go together, but I could do hours and hours and hours just going through every single one of these. Everything we were told couldn't happen is happening. Phil says, are these mostly from mainstream news sources? This one here was from Mopar Insiders. This one here is Waterways Journal. This one here is Main Street Media, Tennessee. This one here was Zero Hedge. So almost none of them are. Now, there are mainstream sources that are talking about some of this stuff, but it's more just, it's like in business, like the business section on CNBC or whatever, that just hits these as a one-off. But they're also, these aren't like front page stories. Eric Winter says he just became a catechumen officially. Well, many years, my friend. Many years. Glory to God. Good to hear. Okay. See if there's anything else here. No, okay. Now, this is the big one that everyone's been talking about, given that Trump held a big rally with respect to this. Trump makes deal of a lifetime for U.S. Steel. President Donald Trump solidified his connection with American workers by brokering a deal for U.S. Steel that keeps jobs and control in the U.S. I'm proud to announce that after much consideration and negotiation, U.S. Steel will remain in America and keep its headquarters in the great city of Pittsburgh, said Trump, who had been engaged in intense negotiations over a sale between the iconic American company and Nippon Steel.
I'm ready to kill.
$50 tip through Streamlabs from Duffhead, my friend. I appreciate you. He says, eating oysters, but stoked to catch a Saturday lab on Sunday. Smash the fucking like button, Labians. That's right. Hit that like button. Oysters. Eating oysters is, man, that sounds good. Now I want some oysters. Well, I'm glad you'll have something to occupy your Sunday with. Enjoy the oysters, my friend. Okay, this will be a planned partnership between United States Steel and Nippon Steel and the largest investment in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, he said. You think Pennsylvania is going to be a swing state in 2028 or 2026? I applaud President Trump, Secretary Bessent, and other senior administration officials for achieving this huge victory for America and the U.S. Steel Corporation, said Senator David McCormick. USW Local 2227 President Jack Maskell, Vice President Jason Zugai, and Safety Chairman Gary Pickett, who have all clocked into their jobs at the Irvin Works Mill for decades, said they were thrilled and relieved the deal would not just save their jobs, but also the jobs of men and women in the surrounding communities who will now be able to work here for generations. We had faith in the president from the very beginning, Zugai said, from the West Mifflin plant. I never doubted he would come through for us. Let's get some of the details here. A person familiar with the deal said the benefits include $14 billion in capital investment projects at U.S. Steel, with approximately $11 billion of the $14 billion invested by 2028. These are investments that U.S. Steel could not make as a standalone company. Those new capital investments include $2.2 billion to revitalize the only remaining blast furnace mill in Pittsburgh, $200 million for a new R&D center in Pennsylvania to bring world-leading technology to U.S. Steel, $1 billion invested by 2028 in a new greenfield steel mill, and $3.1 billion in Indiana to transform the historic Gary Works mill. There will also be a $3 billion investment in the Arkansas plant, including $1.8 billion for advanced electrical steel production for power grid transformers, $800 million in Minnesota to enhance iron ore mining, and $500 million in Alabama for tubular upgrades to supply American oil and gas dominance. The investments in technology transfer will protect and create 100,000 jobs in Pennsylvania, according to an independent analysis by Parker Strategy Group. 100,000 jobs! The analysis estimated that the investment would protect 11,400 jobs and create and support 14,000 new jobs, including over 10,200 in construction. I wonder where they get this 100,000 from. Are they talking like ancillary jobs? You know, like if you have a big investment thing and it brings a bunch of people in and they, you have to build new houses and they buy the houses and then you're going to need, like tradesmen and craftsmen and maintenance people and restaurants and grocery stores and banks and all those other things. I wonder if that's what it's talking about, or if this is just strictly related to the U.S. Steel itself. That I don't know. The deal preserves U.S. Steel's headquarters in the iconic Pittsburgh skyscraper, the tallest building in Appalachia, and the company will maintain its production locations and capacity in the United States. As part of the agreement, American jobs are protected and cannot be offshored. So I've seen a lot of people, it doesn't matter what good news we get, there's always going to be a contingent of people who are going to proclaim how this is the worst thing ever, and this is a massive failure, and we're being sold out, and everyone's going to die, and the sun is about to fall out of the sky and kill us all. There's always got to be these people out there, and they're always the loudest. What I saw in the narrative manufacturing around this was this was a deal that was so bad that Biden blocked it, and now Trump's just giving in and he's just selling them out. However, if you tracked the events with this, there was an executive order that Trump issued in early April sometime, asking for or directing the CFIUS, hold on, what is CFIUS stands for? The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. Had CFIUS directed them to look over this had 45 days to look it over and evaluate it. And in the course of all of that, they renegotiated the deal from what it was before. Before, as I understand it, it was basically just Nippon Steel paying $14 billion for the shares, just buying out the shareholders, essentially. And that it would just be completely foreign-owned. And there are dangers, of course, when you're bringing in a bunch of foreign investment into the country. It's not like it's just total sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. There are dangers with that. Having foreign-owned country or companies within the country presents its own set of potential issues you have to deal with. But as I will get into a little bit more as I read through here, there are there are clauses that have been put into this to protect against some of those sorts of eventualities. And this goes toward, yet again, I've said this before, and I'm gonna keep harping on this. What we're watching happen is in the negotiations between the United States and China, what we're going to see is that the U.S. is going to be modeling itself more and more like the Chinese model in a number of ways, and the Chinese model is going to be modeled more and more like the U.S. So the Chinese are going to become more consumption-based, and the U.S. is going to become more production-based. And part of the way that this is going to happen is, for example, one of the major things the Chinese have done is they've brought in, secured a bunch of foreign investment, and then they've applied capital controls to trap that capital within the country. Same thing is going to happen in the United States. They're going to secure all of this foreign investment while they're also doing things around the periphery to secure that capital and ensure that it's here. So in this particular case, what does it say? As part of the agreement, American jobs are protected and cannot be offshored. The deal also guarantees that the majority of U.S. Steel's board must be U.S. citizens, and key management, including the CEO, will also all be U.S. citizens. The deal outlines that U.S. Steel's trade actions will be determined solely by U.S. citizens, with oversight from the U.S. government and free from any interference. As outlined, the deal will improve domestic supply chains in the trucking and rail industries, increase the production of American automobiles, and boost energy production in the natural gas and coal industries, as well as boost the building of pipelines and power grid transformers. The deal maintains U.S. Steel's stature as an American icon, as well as stabilizes economic development in the Mon Valley, where 3 of the plants, the Edgar Thomson plant in Braddock, the Clairton Mill Works in Clairton, and the Irvin Works in West Mifflin are located. There was a couple other points. I thought that they were addressed in here. I read a number of articles about this, and I grabbed the one that I thought had all of the details. So there was one particular point that I wanted to make about this, and I'm not seeing the details. So there's a there's a clause in there that that is something we're calling like a golden share, which basically means that that the U.S. government will have ultimate veto power over. Let me just see if I can find this here real quick. U.S. Steel golden share. I want to make sure I get the details on this right. This from Reuters. The U.S. government will have veto power over key decisions relating to U.S. Steel as part of a deal with Nippon Steel, and they would approve the Japanese firm's bid for the well-known American steel company. It'll be a U.S. CEO, a U.S. majority board, and then there will be a golden share, which will essentially require U.S. government approval of a number of the board members, and that will allow the United States to ensure production levels that aren't cut and things like that. So another thing that is happening, I'll just pull this over in case you guys want to go read the rest of this later on. This was for, this is in Reuters. One other, let me back up. So something I think people need to get their minds wrapped around is that the structure of American governance is changing fundamentally. If you're evaluating the moves of the Trump administration in light of how the federal government has functioned over the past approximately century or so, then you're behind the times. They are very clearly remaking and using this period of time. This, you got the first 2 years before the midterms, then you've got the 4 years before the next election, and then you've got, like, assuming they get Trump's successor or Trump himself elected in 2028, then you've got another 4 to 8 years beyond that. So you kind of got to take this in chunks. Now, if you know that you're guaranteed to have control of the executive branch for 12 years, there's a lot of things that you can do. But if you're not guaranteed that, then you have to be judicious about the things that you try to do, with the understanding that the possibility is there that you turn over power to your opponents again and they come after you. But there isn't a way to, like, run all these different simulations. They've got the actual world that we live in, the actual reality we're in, and they've got to do what they've got to do in the time that they have to do it. So some of the moves that they're making are ones that are essentially, the upside is premise upon them retaining power and being able to establish the precedent and the bureaucratic inertia, using the bureaucratic inertia to their own advantage. And these are premised upon, like, them holding on to power, basically getting the optimal situation where you secure more seats in Congress in 2026, and then you win the presidency and maybe secure even more seats, or at least maintain your advantage in 2028. And at a certain point, you have to make this gamble with some things. You have to make the gamble, assuming that you're going to be able to get, say, Trump runs for a third term, which I don't think is out of the question at all, or Vance takes over, or whomever Trump badges as as his successor if he doesn't run again. These are some of these sorts of moves where you're like, okay, the government is going to have extra oversight, or even take a position in, take an investment, an equity position in these companies, actually literally government ownership of some of the stock in the company. That sort of thing is definitely has a big downside if you get the wrong people in power. But part of the gambit that the administration is taking, I think, comprehensively, is they're setting it up where their people, our people, are going to be in charge for the foreseeable future. They are actually exercising power to secure more power. And to get that golden age, it's going to require having the same people who negotiate these things, who the people who they're operating from a particular viewpoint, a particular set of values. They have particular goals with each of these agenda items. You want those people to remain in those positions sustainably for a decade plus, to establish that as the new way of doing things. You don't want to be ping-ponging back and forth between, you don't want the Biden administration and then the Trump administration and then the Jasmine Crockett administration and then the J.D. Vance administration. You don't want to be doing, like, that's everything will go completely haywire. But you can't not do certain things that are the right move to make just because, maybe we'll not lose, maybe we're going to lose power in a couple of years and then these moves will come back to bite us. You can't think that way at this time. No, you got to make the moves that you're going to make and then ensure that you don't lose power. Let's talk about this a little bit more when we get to the Palantir conversation later on. Let me catch up on some of your comments real quick. Phil Gibson says, oh yes, Arkansas, or as we Texans call our mentally challenged cousins in the north, Arkansas. Shots fired at I don't even know what to call him at this point. Taylor Brown. Witt says that Minnesota iron ore ships from Duluth through the Great Lakes. All about that navigable water. The Rust Belt lives. Yes. Changing fundamentally. But Matt, what if a Democrat gets elected? Then they'll just undo everything Trump did. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point that I'm driving at. This is the mentality of a loser who has gotten used to losing and just expects to lose all the time. And then they'll hide behind nothing ever happens as a cope to protect them and to hold them in the safety of just being the loser. Yeah, I'm just a loser. We always lose. Everything is always a conspiracy against specifically me and my values, and nothing good is ever going to happen because don't you know, nothing happens. This is rot. This is just brain rot. Josh Ham says, you guys don't believe that Trump is getting a third term? Oh, ye of little faith. Oh, yeah. I definitely think there's a very good chance that that Trump gets a third term. Okay, so here's one other, beyond the golden share, there's one other very interesting thing that was negotiated into the deal. And here Trump announces it to all of the people who it is directly applicable to. Look at our Americans back here.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever, and every U.S. steel worker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus. That's very good. Thank you very much. That's great. That's importantly. For what you've gone through a lot. It's closing, it's not closing, it's opening, and you want to stay here. People say, well, we'll move to another place, or we'll do chips, or we'll do something like chips. Somehow you don't want to do chips. I'm looking at these giant guys with the giant arms. You're not going to like doing chips. Most importantly, U.S. Steel will continue to be controlled by the USA. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done the deal. I wouldn't have.
I see these guys with the big arms. You're not going to want to do chips. Funniest human being alive. No, Mr. President, I don't want to do chips. Give me a hammer and let me break things. $5,000 bonus for each one of them. That's how you sell it to the people. That's patronage right there. We're going to negotiate in a $5,000 bonus for all of the people, for all of the employees. And of course, anytime, we haven't seen this in a while. Haven't seen one of these in a while. And honestly, I was starting to get a hankering. You got some more of those Trump YMCA dance videos? Well, guess what? We got a Trump YMCA dance video. Fresh! Hot off the presses. That's my president! Yeah! The point, the circle, the point. Oh my God, Slutty Milk, he says, I saw this set to nigga Heil Hitler on Instagram. Why have you not sent that to me? Sir, you're letting me down. Slutty Milk, my friend, when you see such things, you are obligated to send them to me. What do you think the lab exists for? I can't think of a single thing that the lab, like, if you were gonna design like the perfect clip for the lab, just the absolute perfect one, it would be a Trump YMCA dance set to nigga Heil Hitler. That's just, it must happen. It must be. Report back with your success, Mr. Slutty Milk. Okay. Remember when Trump had the South African president there in his office, and he was like, all right, struggle session time. And he says, hey, turn the lights down. We're going to roll the TV out. It's time for TV time. Well, now he's got a laptop. We get another struggle session. Isn't this interesting that all these different people who show up in the White House, all of Trump's enemies, when they show up in the White House, they get subjected to a struggle session. And this whole thing, this whole presentation, this is from Elon's send-off. He's no longer going to be a special government employee because there's a 134-day limit on that. So his time formally as the special government employee liaising with DOGE has come to an end. And that the administration, just Trump and Elon especially, just absolutely baited the press into this. In the days leading up to it, it's kind of like things are a little tense. Elon seems really dissatisfied with DOGE, and they're like, oh, it's just a big failure. And he's like, yeah, I tried, I couldn't do anything. And oh, we're gonna have this send off. And is there a divorce in the future? Are Trump and Elon starting to fall out? You know, oh, well, maybe everyone was right, and DOGE was just like this little token thing that Trump gave Elon in return for the millions of dollars he spent for him, and now Elon is dissatisfied and disgruntled, and he's gonna leave, and they sandbagged this into getting all of the press. What was the? Get a little out of order here. Let's grab this right here. Make sure I have these in the correct order. Look at this. Total domination. This is tweeted from the Rapid Response 47 account. Every single broadcast was showing Elon's DOGE send-off in the White House live. All at the same time. CNN, MSNBC, Fox, all Fox Business, all the different channels were all showing it live. And how do they start off? With a struggle session for the press.
Honored to be with Elon, who's my friend, and he's done a fantastic job. He didn't need this. He didn't need it. And we find out government's a little nasty on occasion. Hello, Peter.
Yeah, hello, President Trump.
Government's a little bit nasty, Peter. You haven't noticed that. You've had a charmed life, right?
You tell me.
Very charmed. I think you've had a charmed life. I think what I'll do, if you don't mind, numbers have just come out which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 8/10.
You can't quite see it from this angle. I think there's another angle we'll be able to see it better, but he literally had her bring a MacBook in, set it down in front of him, and he sits proudly behind his laptop playing his hits. My fucking president, man.
0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations. I'll tell you, the income. The income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be, give credit where credit is due. Income really shooting up.
Rick, I also thought everybody was going to get one last order of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loading up on things. How the hell they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half? That's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things that they needed before the tariffs hit?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call into question some of the conventional wisdoms. And, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current account, see how they fared. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month.
His face.
Not bad. not bad.
Come on, guys.
There were some other angles. Like, this is the longest video that covered his comments at the beginning, which is why I went with this one. There's some other angles out there where they're not just focused on the computer the whole time. And he was just preening. He's just sitting there like, yeah, that's right. Looking over at people like, yeah, it's pretty good, huh? Never miss an opportunity to dunk on your enemies. This one here was just, this goes in one of this is like one of those Trump Hall of Fame clips.
This week there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice on those phones?
Make sure the door remains closed.
This week.
I don't know if you guys saw the video they're referring to, but it was all over the place. I assume you guys probably did. It was an airplane. I think they're Macron standing at the top, and his wife is next to him, and she basically just like mushes him in the face with her hand, and then he looks out and he's like, "Oh, it's all good. Ha ha ha. We're all having fun up here." My president making a joke about about beating your spouse behind closed doors. Rule of thumb, they call it, I believe. And then this was this is Elon's commentary on DOGE.
There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is someone else's money being spent on people you don't know, and that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do try to, when someone within the government tries to stop money being spent, there's usually someone that complains, and then their manager will say it's not worth the trouble, just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again.
So was it
I think it was an important thing. I think it was a necessary thing, and I think it will have a good effect in the future. Thank you.
There was a quote here as well from Kevin O'Leary here, talking about what I think there's like. It's very fashionable right now to say, "Oh, Doge failed and it sucks and it was they totally just a massive flop and Elon's leaving because he's dissatisfied, whatever." And I'm like, I think Doge is amazing. I think it's done fantastic stuff and is going to continue doing fantastic stuff. But now it's almost like if I'm having to try to defend what they've done, then it's like it's was like damning with faint praise or something like that. But I think you can't underestimate this particular thing here that Kevin O'Leary points out.
As Elon Musk sails off into the sunset,
of what you think his best achievements were. You first, Kevin.
Bringing the whole idea of a different kind of audit into the psyche of bipartisan taxpayers. DOGE is a good idea. It just is. Auditing the government under any administration is a good idea. And trying to make it more efficient is a good idea. Now, one thing everybody learns, and I'm including myself in this statement, is you don't understand Washington till you go there. It is a very nasty, nasty place.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And anybody that exposes themselves that close to the sun is going to burn some feathers. And I think he experienced that and realized he did some great things, but there's other great things that he's doing, including, you know, I'm a shareholder in Tesla. I'd like to see him a little focused on that. He's getting back to that as well. But I don't think what he did was bad at all. He didn't get near $1 trillion of savings. And Elizabeth Warren, you know, parting card is why Washington is nasty. You're going to get exposed to that. You need thick skin, and I think he understands that now. I think he did a great job.
As you
that psychological effect, having DOGE, especially it being so mimetically powerful, is part of why I would say even if DOGE didn't do anything else except for establish the U.S. DOGE office and U.S. DOGE Services office and implant this focus on eliminating bureaucratic waste, fraud, and abuse, I think if that's all that it accomplished, it would still be a success. It's still like way ahead of where we were before. But that isn't all it accomplished. It's done much more than that as well. We wouldn't have the whole thing about USAID and the complete dismantling of the NGOs if it hadn't been for DOGE. DOGE was the vector through which that was attacked. And it also meant that there was, for things like the EPA or the Department of Energy or for the whole deregulatory aspect, that was memed into existence in large part because it came part and parcel with DOGE. Because if you're starting to look into waste, fraud, and abuse, you're going to look at that gets you directly into the grant system that has been used to promote, for example, the whole Green New Deal, energy tax credits and all that sort of thing. That came along with DOGE. That's what put that into the conversation. So the entire deregulation effort has been something that was like DOGE was the battering ram that got that inside the castle wall. So it's absolutely a massive win and will continue to be. That's a good point, Phil Gibson. He says defending DOGE or anything for that matter against black pillars is like debating a woman. You've already lost. That's a very good point. Okay, so this here. Writer snapped a photo of Trump's lock screen on his iPhone last night. Look at this. Look at my president. 9/11, you say? What a perfect shot. Of course he has a picture of himself on his lock screen. Look at my president, folks. All right, GigaJue time. You guys ready? GigaJue, here we go. Okay, so I have to play you the GigaJue edit first, and then it gets cut off, unfortunately. Masterful edit. The downside is that it gets cut off partway through the clip, so I'm going to play the GigaJue clip, and then I'll play the full thing for you.
CNN reporting shows that investigators believe the migrant was set up. It was a victim of a setup. What is the administration going to do now? And this is an undocumented immigrant. I do want to note that, but this was someone who came forward, was a victim of a crime, and now law enforcement believes he was set up. Go ahead.
Well, I want to clarify what you mean, so we're talking about the same thing. Are you saying this immigrant was here illegally?
Yes, but I am, and that's why I said that. I clarified that.
You said undocumented, and I wasn't sure what that means. I'm assuming they have a fake ID. I'm assuming they have a fake social security number.
That's neither here nor there. That's getting away from the question, Steve. CNN reporting shows that
Okay, so here's the picking up where it left off. Here's the interaction.
That's getting away from the question, Steve. I want this to be and call me naive, a good faith discussion about what's happening right
but
now.
when we use language that's designed to obscure the
Get her!
truth, that's not good faith.
All right,
An
does
illegal
this
alien
risk-
is an illegal alien.
Get her!
Not an undocumented migrant.
Okay, that's fine. That's
So,
another
look,
discussion
we will-
for another date.
I don't know
Go ahead.
I don't know the details of the assassination threat. All I can say, based on what you're telling me, is there's an illegal alien in our country who's making menacing threats. Regardless of the facts or circumstances, we don't want him here. We're going to get to the bottom of it, and I would gladly come back on when I have more information to share
They were
with you.
set up, just to be clear. But quickly,
So
where
you're
is the
saying
White
the
House
illegal
on
alien was
habeas
treated
corpus?
unfairly? Yes, I'm sure the illegal alien was treated very unfairly.
Okay, where is?
Yes, I'm sure the illegal alien was treated very unfairly. Next question. Yes, yes. I waited so long. I waited my entire life to see one of our guys just relentlessly bludgeoning them in their own house like this, just mocking them.
Some of these women, they're so stupid.
Shut up, silly woman. Go home to mommy.
Oh, man. I love this guy. When we use language that's designed to obscure the truth, that's not good faith. And it's funny, like, reading her body language, I don't know if I've ever seen this chick before, but, like, reading her body language in this, I don't think she's trying to be bad faith.
I'm a white guy, and I'm ready to kill.
I think she's trying to, like, she, in her own frame, she's like, well, this is like a legitimate, like, how are we going to handle this particular, this issue that this poor illegal alien was set up? And in the course of it, she says, well, this is a victim here, so we can't say mean thing about the victim. And he's like, yeah, they're a victim. Yeah, that's real sad. They're an illegal alien. They got to go. I'm sure they were treated so unkindly. Okay, next question. The issue is settled. We're not going to have these measly or mealy-mouthed debates over language. No, we're going to call it what it is. They're not undocumented. There is no documentation. They are illegal. It is an illegal alien. And if the illegal alien was hurt in some way, that's too bad. That's real sad. We don't want illegal aliens to be hurt. That's why they shouldn't be in the country. We're getting the like meme them into self-harm, except it's not on Twitter. It's on CNN's platform. This poor woman, she tried to save it. And he's like, no. We're not going to play these games. 1488 tip from Augustine. I don't know what you call yourself. He says Trump's lock screen. Yes. That's my president. Appreciate the tip there, my friend.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Column Rosh with a member chat. He's been a member for 10 months, a member of the Kingpilled. He says, sorry, women, your shame tactics won't work.
I'm a white guy.
No.
I'm ready to kill.
We won't. Your shame tactics don't work on our GigaJue. And $10 tip from Isaac. He says, I've been watching Asmin Gold, Patriot Gold. That's right. Asmin Gold, a patriot. I've been watching Asmin Gold lately, and he says he's in contact with Elon and X to improve live streaming on X. I could dig up some clips if you want to talk about it on the next Labe. You're actually getting ahead of us. We got a clip on that lined up for later in the Labe. Spoiler alert. Okay. Thank you for the tip, my friend. In another edition of Got What I Voted For again, the Trump administration is now going after the company who hired the illegal aliens at the center of a huge ICE raid in Florida yesterday, Governor Ron DeSantis says. Send a message, no hiring illegals. Now, this video is... There's not like a ton of action in it. It's about a minute of just kind of slowly panning around, but they brought a bus. There's a lot of these videos going around of the ICE agents, and it's funny seeing the demographic constituency of a lot of the ICE agents, because they're not all, you know, like chudded out white boys. There's plenty of black guys, there's Hispanic dudes, there's women.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Welcome to the Kingpilled, Drunk Plato. He has become a member. a member of the Kingpilled, now gets a nice little green name, and you get to use the special emojis. Do us a favor and drop some of those special emotes in the chat now that you remember. But this is the ICE agents that are out there. There's like young black dudes, and I've seen women and like older middle-aged sorts of guys. They're just Americans got a job, got hired by ICE, and they're gonna go around and they're gonna arrest illegal aliens. It's just it's hitting the point already where I've talked about the bureaucratic inertia. Like, you get these agencies that just operate a certain way, and after a period of time, they operate that way because they operate that way. And when you're trying to reform the bureaucracies, that can be a real pain because you're going up against such inertia. But you can wield that toward your own purposes as well. So once you establish a precedent within the office of this is how these situations are going to be handled, this is how you find the person, your pay is contingent upon your arrests or however they incentivize it. And if you lead enough teams and secure enough people, you get promoted. All of these different things, they're developing new bureaucratic memory now. And this is after a few months.
I'm a white guy.
Imagine how it'll be after 4 months, or after 4 years, or 8 years, or 12 years. $10 from Slosher. Getting some leaf bucks up in here. He says, arresting the employers is the best way to stop the hiring of illegals. These people have thought they're untouchable. Yes. And there are so many different vectors that they can use for this. They could start arresting employers. They could fine, or not fine, but tax the remittances, which part of the big beautiful bill set it at 5%, which, lots of people, no, it should be 100%. Well, yeah, get 100% remittance taxes through this Congress. Good luck with that. You guys got to go listen to Tom Luongo on David Gornowski. The man was spitting fire, just absolutely cooking. And I've heard that he was on Pete Quinones as well. I haven't listened to that. I'll be listening to that tonight. But he was absolutely spitting fire about how libertarian-brained people are being weaponized, being co-opted as useful idiots to undermine a great opportunity that we have here to really make a dent in the way that American governmental structure functions. Because it's very obvious that that's the Trump administration's goal. They're resetting the role, the responsibility that the federal government plays on a whole bunch of different fronts. And there are so much of the criticism from the so-called right of Trump just seems to have zero geopolitical or realpolitik instinct. And I think this is because libertarianism is so pervasive among the so-called right. The aesthetic or the the theme that seems to sort of embody the right, if you distill everything, strip away everything, and find the thing that's in common with all of it, is like limited government, free market, these sorts of things. And none of those things are actually correspondent to good government. Like, I don't want my government to be so limited that it can't do what a good government should do. And then limited in what sense? Limited budgetarily, limited militarily, limited in, what is it Yarvin said? He said you want like a small government in terms of the number of people that constitute the government, but you want a very large government in terms of the power that government has to actually function as a government. But there's way too much libertarian idealism that has embedded itself within the so-called right. And newsflash, there is nothing right-wing about libertarianism. Libertarianism is not right-wing. Free markets are not right-wing. They just aren't. If you want a good government, you cannot have libertarians build you a good government. And libertarian-minded people are not going to build a good government because they don't know how to govern. They don't know how to govern. They don't have any experience governing. What experience they do have tends to be as essentially like a sideshow, like Rand Paul or Thomas Massey, where at the end of the day, kind of the thing that they serve as is the one stalwart who stands there and advocates for principle or whatever. But they don't have a lot of real tangible impact on the actual governing process itself. They don't have experience with it. And fundamentally, principally, their principles preclude effective government. I don't want small government. I want effective government. I don't even care if the government is representative. I want effective government. Whatever, and however you get me that, whether you can do it, if you could do it in a Republican style, like little R Republican style, great. If it works, great. If it's democratic, direct voting, and you can make it work, great. If there's no voting whatsoever and it's an autocratic monarch, great. As long as it's effective, as long as it protects my people and my interests and promotes sovereignty for my nation, I don't really care what form it takes. And as long as the libertarian brainworm is festering away inside the broader quote-unquote right wing in America, then libertarians will actually continue to serve as useful idiots for the people they claim to stand against. And this applies beyond just the like libertarian status thing. You can see the same pattern with Zionism, with globalism, with all the different isms. You have the people who are the most ardently and passionately, vocally opposed to it, rhetorically, but in practice, they just serve as facilitators of it. Like, if you're going to blow up the big, beautiful bill because you're a fiscal conservative, and this isn't the ideal fiscal conservative bill, and you have, like, zero ability to contextualize for the current time, the constraints that exist, the real political constraints that exist, then you're useless. You're not just useless, you're actually an active detriment. And this is where people like Rand Paul and Thomas Massey have found themselves. Colin Ross says they only promote a utopian ideal, the end product being no different than the end ideal of Marx. Both come from the same tribe and both are logically impossible. Bingo. Bingo. Fat Chipmunk says liberalism of the most conservative form is just revolutionary leftism of the past. Yes. Like, what are you conserving? The reaction to Trump, the mainstream reaction to Trump was a conservative response. What is the big thing that they all yell about? He's overturning our norms. They're like, oh, he's gonna appoint Supreme Court justices that are gonna roll back Roe v. Wade. They're gonna roll back Obergefell. They're gonna roll back all of these things, all of our norms, all of our established norms. This is a conservative response. The progressives wind up being conservatives. And then what do the conservatives do? Well, in the name of conservatism, they wind up being a foil for the progressives to just conserve all of the revolutionary leftist advancements that they were able to force through. Fortunately, we have excellent men within the administration now, within the State Department, within the DOD, within the Treasury, all throughout the government now, who actually understand how power works, how to take power, how to use power, and how to get things done within the constraints that exist without spending all day living in Ancapistan in their heads, to borrow a phrase from a very smart man. Okay, more GigaJue. This time, the GigaJue weighs in on, This time, the GigaJue weighs in on the MAGA agenda.
The reality is that what has been fake for generations now is the medical and nutrition advice that so much of this government has been giving our families. And, we saw, of course, during COVID with like fake rules about from the so-called experts about masking and social distancing and everything else, or pretending that there's the same risk profile for a healthy 4-year-old kid as an elderly and obese person. The MAGA report is the most significant and important breakthrough moment in terms of prioritizing prevention, underlying health, answering and asking the right questions. Why are there such persistently high rates of pediatric cancer in this country? And why have they increased so significantly since 1970? Why are pediatric cancer rates so much higher in the developed world than the developing world? Why do you even have a concept called diseases of civilization? I think you've all heard that concept before, right? Where in the most developed countries, you have such high incidences of cancer, of immunological disorders, right? In other words, things like celiac disease, food allergies, eczema, psoriasis, gut disorders. You have so many quality of life disorders that can actually be crippling and debilitating, right? In other words, some of these disorders can completely degrade in the person's entire quality of life permanently with no known cures. They can treat these things with, like Crohn's disease, for example. They can treat these things with steroids. They can try to mitigate the symptoms, but there's no path out for millions of Americans. What is causing young babies in this country to have these crippling allergic reactions or immune systems that don't fire properly? They underreact to certain illnesses. They overreact to other illnesses. And we don't see these same things in the natural world.
Look at our polymath at GigaJue here. He may be passionate. His one true passion may be deporting brown people from his country. But the man's got more than one tune he can play. He can elaborate at length about the MAGA agenda. There was a couple of comments here I wanted to hit real quick. Josh Ham says 5% remittances means that we have successfully gone from 0 to 1. A Peter Thiel appreciator, I see. It's much easier to increase the percentage once it's become accepted that remittances are a valid target. Everything good takes time. You guys should listen to Josh Ham. Josh Ham is a wise fellow. We've gone from 0 to 1 with remittances. Now we can increase it. Now it's a prior to getting 5%, there was no remittances. So we didn't even have a dial or a slider we could move up and down. Now we have a slider we can move up and down. And then he says, small government? I would love a government that is strong enough to support my nation, preferably with social policies that benefit the citizens of that nation. Some sort of social nationalism. Yeah, I could really get down with a social nationalism of sorts. I could call myself a social nationalist. I could do that. Yeah. What do you guys think? Should we coin a new term? Social nationalism? We must secure a future for our people. That's why we are social nationalists. And it turns out that the economic policies that this administration seems to be pursuing are heavily bent toward the social nationalist direction, which is kind of funny. Which is kind of funny that you have all the, like the libs are actually right. When the libs are like freaking out about the presence of the Nazis, they're actually right. Like they smell it. They know what they're smelling. They actually have political senses that work. They know the game of power politics. They play it very, very well. And they can smell it. They know exactly what's out there. Of course, we just want a government that cares for our people, protects the nation, promotes the social welfare of its citizens. Sounds pretty good.
They're primates. And so the report, which took just such extraordinary courage, and I'm so grateful to Bobby, in talking about the chemical load in our society, the chemical load that a child accrues from the day they're born, in terms of everything that they touch and interact with in the world, the complete denuding of our food supply, in other words, the eradication of all living things, all natural things from our food supply in the form of these ultra-processed foods, so that children are living a life where they're not having access to anything natural, they're not having access to anything that's healthy. Everything they do have is loaded up with insane amounts of sugar. For years, I still think it's the case. If you went to like a store and you looked at baby food, it's filled with sugar. Why are people putting sugar into baby food? And how many children's snacks, right, are filled with dyes, artificial ingredients,
preach,
and massive amounts of sugar? What is this doing to a young body from the day they're born? Combined again with all the chemical exposures, the incredibly accelerated growth and compression of the overall vaccine schedule from even when I was a kid. Parents have questions. They want to know again why do their kids have these chronic health conditions? Why do they go to the hospital when they're sick? Instead of just, in other words, they have like a common cold. Why is it sending them to the hospital? Why is their immune system firing wrong? Why?
FB informant says, chemicals are like the Mexicans of your body. We must remove them to be healthy. They must go. They've all got to go. This is what I voted for. Fenris Unbound says, the biggest red pill is realizing that when the media calls you a Nazi for holding reasonable views, they're actually correct. Right. And eventually that's going to come around to bite them in the ass. It's already starting.
Why is it that that foods that people have eaten for thousands of years are suddenly causing these crippling allergies in children? Why is it these high and persistent rates of obesity that is no precedent in history amongst our young people? What are the effects and the cost to our healthcare system over time when you have these high rates of chronic illnesses, heart disease, obesity, lung disease, asthma? Like, what are the effects of these on a society, both financially, personally, quality of life? Why is it that a person from the developing world has a lower cancer rate than an American does? I mean, on average, right? But within a single generation, their family has the exact same cancer rate, likelihood of getting cancer, as the American population. These are questions that no one has wanted to ask or explore or assess, and thank God that Bobby is doing so.
And Bobby quote tweeted this and said one of the best Maha breakdowns that he's ever seen. Josh Ham says the GigaJue isn't just a fan of deporting browns. He also appreciates removing blacks, yellows, reds, and more. He said if ever a purple was anti-American, then our GigaJue would be hell-bent on removing them, no question. He's a man of many talents. Yes, he's a man who's willing to deport all shades of the rainbow. That's why we love him. All right, what do we got next? 48. Let's get some 48s in the chat. We got to have a 48 moment. It's been a while since we had one of these. Our guy, Logan Hall, tweeted this out. 9.1 million views. This one kicked off a little bit of a firestorm, and we'll discuss after the clip.
But I make a couple points about this. First of all, I've heard a lot of the criticisms, the fear that we're going to have a brain drain. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, the American space program, the program that was the first to put a human being on the surface of the moon, was built by American citizens, some German and Jewish scientists who had come over during World War II, but mostly by American citizens who had built an incredible space program with American talent. This idea that American citizens don't have the talent to do great things, that you have to import a foreign class of servants and professors to do these things, I just reject that. I actually think we invest in our own people, we can do a lot of good. You've heard that criticism in particular as the president has talked about cracking down on foreign student visas and their abuses, but I think that's actually an opportunity for American citizens to really flourish. And here's the second, but I make a
Hearing this sort of rhetoric from the vice president is just so refreshing. This is just perfect rhetorically. Ian Carroll says exceptionalism is oozing from 48's pores. Yes. I understand if you're coming from a particular frame that's inclined toward doomerism and nihilism. I can understand how you could piece together a story to tell yourself that J.D. Vance is some sort of evil, scheming subversive who's been propped up to lead us all away as a Pied Piper or whatever. And I cannot even fathom how you can maintain that frame of mind when listening to him talk. He's probably the most authentic, down-to-earth vice president or politician in general that I've ever seen. If you've been listening to EWBSX, you heard last week, you heard the episode that we did several months ago on the conversion of J.D. Vance. I read a blog post that he made talking about his conversion to Catholicism.
I'm a white guy, and I'm ready to kill.
And I don't know, man, just when you see one of your people, you recognize them. They have that ant smell. I could smell it on J.D. Vance. I can smell that he is our guy. And if you think he's not, I think that says more about you than it does him. At least as far as I'm concerned. If you don't think that J.D. Vance is representative of you, well, I'm very well convinced he's representative of me. So you thinking he's not representative of you tells me something about you, that you and I are probably not fit to be part of the, we're not the same guys. We have different priorities, different people. You're not one of my guys. Yeah, that's cool. You don't have to be. I don't need everyone to be my guy. But I sure as shit know that our vice president is my guy. And I'm old enough to remember when everyone was fully convinced. In fact, all the same people who think that he's this Manchurian candidate Pied Piper here just to delude all of the chuds and lead us straight into Skynet. All of those same people were fully convinced that this administration was going to come in and was going to campaign on mass deportations, and then they were going to get into office and just throw open the floodgates and bring in infinity Jeets. How's that prediction working out for you guys? I don't know about you, but I've spent the last, 4 months now, watching the most rhetorically and practically opposed to all forms of immigration administration that I've ever seen. And every single piddly little complaint that same crew of black-pilled faggots has just sounds like Axios. They're just like taking the Axios position and saying and saying, yeah, but it's bad, or yeah, but it's good. If Axios says it's bad, they take the same position as Axios and they say actually it's good, or vice versa. They're just in this dialectic trap with the Ancien regime press. The press says, oh, Trump campaigned on all these promises and he's only delivered a little bit. And they say Trump can't, and they say, look how incompetent and buffoonish the administration is, that Trump promised all these things and hasn't delivered. You know, we just had the largest tariff revenue day in month in American history. And it's, Trump said $1 billion a day and it's coming in at less than that on average. Compared to, what was it before? Before it was losing $2 billion a day or something. So you're saying we've gone net positive $3 billion a day? That seems pretty good to me. Within the first quarter of the administration? Damn, that's pretty good. But if you are constitutionally wired to figure out how every single thing that's happening is bad, you might as well just, if you're not getting paid a nice, handsome salary to sit at the top of some lib NGO or to write horseshit Axios articles, then you're actually worse than them. At least they've figured out how to make money off of their grift. You're just some chode spazzing out on Twitter and not making any money for it. But you're spiritually the same person. This is our guy right here. Now, part of the reason why it has 9.1 million views is because all of the stuffy shit libs decided to dunk on this. They quote tweeted and they're dunking on it. They're like, Wernher von Braun, legendary American citizen. Leaving aside the fact that, see, this is how these people operate. They literally end the thing that they're quote tweeting. He says, some German and Jewish scientists, but it was overwhelmingly Americans. And they're like, this guy doesn't know who Wernher von Braun is. Spiritually the same. The ostensibly right-wing black pillars are spiritually the same as these obnoxious shitlibs who are dunking on him about this. But here's one of them. Greg Easterbrook says, the top two figures of the Apollo program, Arthur Rudolph and Wernher von Braun, were German citizens who entered the United States as refugees. Refugees? And J.D. Vance quote tweeted, he said, aside from the fact that I explicitly acknowledge the role of German scientists in the clip, does Easterbrook really want to describe Wernher von Braun as a refugee? What was he a refugee from? Uh-oh! What was he a refugee from? Are we going to have that conversation? What was Wernher von Braun fleeing? What was happening that meant he had to come to the United States as a refugee? That's an interesting conversation to have. And shout out to the powerful mutual, Adam Johnston at Conquest Theory, getting the JD Vance reply. Like to see our guys getting the come-ups. He says 400,000 Americans worked on the Apollo program. 125 Germans were on Wernher von Braun's rocket team. Still less than 1%, but these people want to equate the 1,600 from Operation Paperclip with the thousands that arrive in migrant caravans in the U.S. border daily. JD said, correct, it's totally disingenuous. Did I have something else related to this? No, okay, we're going to talk about Uncle Jamie Dimon here in just a minute. Gave that little tease there to get Phil Gibson all hot and bothered. For the, I know that there's some of you guys out there who you have your own oppositional defiance disorder. So when you see the vice president talking about the American space program, the greatness of the American space program, then your instinct is, oh, it's all fake. It's fake. Space is fake. Now, I do find personally, as a matter of hobby, I find the notion of the whole space is fake thing, I think that's fun. I think that's a fun thing to explore. I'm fully convinced that the moon landing that we got to see was not the actual moon landing. But I'm also fully convinced that we've actually been on the moon. And there's a narrative out there that questioning the narrative of the moon landing whatsoever is denying white excellence. And I'm just going to say I appreciate the spirit of that position, and it is also utterly retarded. Because the alternative theory here, that we went to the moon, and we also pulled off a massive propaganda operation, making it look like we went to the moon in a different way than we actually did, is an even more incredible achievement. So we actually went to the moon, and we also convinced the entire world in one of the most masterful propaganda efforts of all time, for the sake of saving political face, protecting. You don't want to have a massive failure that happens live on TV during the middle of the space race. So, for operational political reasons, we actually went to the moon. That fact is not in dispute for me. We actually went to the moon. That is the white man's excellence. We went to the moon. And then on top of that, we also orchestrated the most incredible propaganda effort of all time, convincing people that this TV show that they saw was the actual moon landing. This is even more excellent. This is even more incredible, in my mind. Mellon says, you'll recall when the Germans covered their night fighter program, they never mentioned they had radar. They said it was phone networks and searchlights. Interesting. That I don't know about. He also says, I suspect we didn't use chemical rockets. Yeah, this is this is the thing. There's the Ian Carroll, we memed the Russians into defeat. That's exactly it. Thank you. You just said it in a sentence. This is the white man's excellence. Not only did we beat them to the moon, but we memed them into defeat as well. Slosher, the moon landing was real. The moon is fake. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I like that. Part of the reason why this is so interesting to me is because the implications that it has for the actual technology that has been developed, was developed at the time, that was far beyond what was publicly known, and what exists today that is far beyond what is publicly known. And of course, I'm on the record that that we're going to see conventional physics BTFO'd in 2025. Josh Ham says, space is fake equals anti-white rhetoric. By extension, flat earth theory is total BS. Note, this doesn't disagree with Matt's concept. Yeah, I won't get into flat earth stuff now. But we've talked about it here on the show in the past. Maybe I'll do another one in the near future. Okay, I'm starting to crash. I still got stuff to get through, so we're gonna keep it pressing. Uncle Jamie Dimon, out here dropping bombs. So this is him at the Reagan National Economic Forum.
We have to acknowledge the grievances that have put us in this position to start with, and they're real. Okay, immigration. What the hell were we doing? You know, the bottom 20% of our population. You know, their wages didn't go up for 20 years. They're dying 7 years younger. You know, when administrations, you know, the Biden administration is giving all this money to EVs and cars and wasting a lot of money on green stuff, which isn't going to work, and all that. Do you think people in rural cities, do you think people in inner cities thought they were getting anything? Do you think that those people think that the American government is fair and competent and that this was in their best interest? Their schools don't work. They're not getting the skills they need, and you heard that just now. So we got to acknowledge, and I also call it blue tape, because, you know, Republicans, you generally don't like red tape. You understand the devastation of it. But, you know, most Democrats, I know, they love it. They want more of it. And they want to make it so confusing you can't even meet the rules, so you get punished and fined afterwards.
Now, the replies in this are all, they're all like, oh yeah, of course he's saying it now, and he didn't say it back then, and he's just doing this just so people get off his back or whatever. Again, my poor people out here just do not understand the game being played. Let's say that is true. Let's say that that this is just Jamie Dimon literally just parroting this stuff to save his own skin. Because, like, it matters for him to say this stuff publicly or something. Leaving aside that, you know, if he's saying this stuff publicly, so okay, let's take that, let's run with that here for a sec. So the only reason that he's coming out and talking this way now is, and he wasn't saying this stuff back then, even though he was. Exactly, Mr. Miranchuk. He doesn't have to do anything. The people in the replies down here, he didn't say a word while it was happening. Yeah, Jamie, what the hell are you doing? This is your party. Why weren't you speaking up when the Biden admin was destroying the country? He doesn't have to do any of this now. The notion that he's only doing this now because it's politically fashionable or whatever assumes that it matters to Jamie Dimon what you think about him. So if your read on this is, oh, he's just saying this now because I want to hear it from him, but I'm too smart for that, you think he's talking to you. He's not talking to you. You don't matter. You're not as special as you think you are. He's not saying this to us. He's signaling to other elites which direction things are going. And he's indicating, I'm Jamie fucking Dimon and I'm on board with what's happening. So you'd better get on board. There's people who are like, oh, he just wants to run for president, or he really wishes he was Treasury Secretary. President Treasury Secretary. Jamie Dimon tells presidents and Treasury secretaries what to do. He's not going to run for those positions. People don't appreciate who Jamie Dimon is. What this is one of the most powerful men in the world signaling full endorsement of the Trump administration. That's what this is. And specifically, opposition to the Green New Deal and mass immigration. That's what this is. This is what complete political narrative takeover looks like. Okay, I got another clip here, but I've got more stuff to get through. It's going to take me a little while. My bladder is absolutely exploding. So I'm going to hit the head real quick, and I'll give you guys a little EWBSX while I'm gone.
Ejaculixer taps into this ancient wisdom, allowing you to retain not only your seed, but your focus and your will as well, one unspent droplet at a time. So why waste your vital energy on fleeting pleasure when you can channel it into unlocking your true potential? Or perhaps achieving a state where your mere presence can affect positivity on those around you. Imagine, with Ejaculixer, every morning you wake up not just with clarity, but with the vigor of 1,000 suns, your aura radiant beyond compare, your thoughts pure, and yes, your trousers dry. Ejaculixer doesn't just lower the appeal of spending your seed, but it penetrates deep within the balls to make it impossible to release. Even if you wanted to. The way is blocked. So, are you ready to transcend the mundane, to harness the power of the ancients? Ejaculixer, because in the battle of wills, your will should never spill. Warning, Ejaculixer may lead to an overabundance of creative energy. Use responsibly. Side effects might include a new sense of power and virility over and above your peers, increase in water weight, enlarged testes, and in some rare cases, bursting scrotums. Keep it in, rise above. Become the legend you were always meant to be. Ejaculixer.
You're listening to EWBSX, the cyberbully. The pendulum is swinging.
Living day to day has been tough. Found her at my side. Simply being alive's been rough. No, she won't be gone forever. There are many times I find it feels that way. And I'm not trying to forget her. Just understand how I'll be feeling on that day. It's just like seeing her for the first time again. It's just like seeing her for the first time again. The time she's not around, somewhere out of town's been hard. Somehow this old heart found time to work it out this far. No, I know she's coming home soon. There are times I find it hard to feel that way. It's not inside me to forget her. Just understand how I'll be feeling on that day.
All right. Hopefully you enjoyed that little interlude. Apologies for the delay there, but I
Yeah, had to drain the main vein. Josh Ham says, as a middle-aged man, let me just tell you, the times we've seen urination only decreases when levels up. It's an unfortunate side effect of winning. I like that framing. See, for me, it's I've always had a massive capacity. I remember the one time I was in high school, I was had a little medical event and wound up going to the hospital, and I woke up in the ambulance as we were headed there, and I was getting I had to pee really bad, and I was like, please, can I pee? And they're like, as soon as we get to the hospital. I'm like, okay. We get there, and one thing I didn't realize is that the back of an ambulance is not like a nice cushy place to be. It was basically like riding in the back of a delivery van, like a big panel van, a big cube van, and just putting a stretcher in the back of it, riding in there. So I'm just rattling my way down these old country roads in Canada. Get to the hospital, I'm like, I have to pee so bad. Please, just let me pee. And they're like, okay, well, yeah, we got to do some tests real quick. And I'm like, oh my God, please. Finally, my dean was there. They, like, the nurses or whatever, just forgot about me. And I'm like, I'm literally just going to pee here. Like, I'm laying here on this gurney. I'm just going to just start peeing. So my dean, who used to be a nurse, went and grabbed me one of those little like urinal things. It's like the plastic, it's got like a handle and then the jug kind of underneath it like this. And it was was it 1 liter? Yeah, I think it was a 1 liter container. But the mouth like curled up like this. So it actually had more than 1 liter capacity. I like really awkwardly laying in this bed, get myself twisted around, and started going and going and going and going. And I'm like, okay, sitting here thinking in my head, what do I do if I need a second one? I'm like running through the simulations of like, hey, could I get a second one? And then like, okay, how do I pinch this off? And like, it's going to be full and I've got to like get the lid on it. And like, how am I going to do this without dumping it all over myself? And I wound up topping out, just like basically had it completely full. Couldn't turn it up straight. It was completely full. Put the lid on it. And my dean came over and it's like, holy crap. How did you get that much? How is that much liquid inside of you? So yes, I've there's a long way of saying when I have to go, that means I'm going to be going for a little while because there's a whole lot that's got to come out. Okay, let's get back to Mr. Jamie Dimon here after we had our urination commentary. Elon Musk says Jamie Dimon is right. I was looking at the chat up here. Someone said that this guy sounds like one of those social nationalists. And not just one of those social nationalists, but a particular... He's got a particular focus. Listen to this.
The biggest one underlying both that is the enemy within.
Interesting.
I'm not as worried about China. China is a potential adversary. They're doing a lot of things well. They have a lot of problems. What I really worry about is us. Can we get our own act together, our own values, our own capability, our own management? What you heard today on stage was the amount of mismanagement is extraordinary. By state, by city, for pensions, and that stuff is going to kill us. And, you know, I always get asked this question, are we going to be the reserve currency? And no. You know, if we are not the preeminent military and the preeminent economy in 40 years, we will not be the reserve currency. That's a fact. Just read history. You know, now, I think we will be. You know, Warren Buffett here would tell you we're enormously resilient. I agree with that. I think this time is different. This time we have to get our act together, and we have to do it very quickly.
It's interesting that he mentions pensions and he mentions local cities, because those are, go listen to some of the work that that Dark Enlightenment has done, talking about the state of the states and the cities within the states. How many of them are basically completely bankrupt. They are leveraged to the absolute tits. This is very interesting. Now, of course, the guy who does a lot of geopolitical business and has a lot of business interests in China, he would be incentivized to maybe downplay the China thing just a little bit. But I think he's exactly right. China isn't an adversary, except to the extent that we allow them to be. Perhaps adversary is like, there's adversary, which is a little more softened than enemy, I think. Adversary is like a competitor, whereas enemy, I think, is a little bit stronger. So China is a competitor. There's a competition there, but the particular economic state that China is in and the particular economic state that the United States is in, they're both strongly incentivized to reset the order. And they're not natural enemies. We don't have a natural beef with China. And I think a lot of the things that China has done to the United States are understandable, like self-defense actions, given the types of people who have been running the show here in the United States. I could totally understand why China would want to protect themselves, to have contingency plans to protect their interests. But ultimately, it's the enemy from within. And it's very interesting to me that Uncle Jamie is focused on the enemy within. And he's tying that to America's economic stability. In other words, it seems that there's been a contingent of people within the United States who have sold off American assets and indebted us to the point that the dollar as the reserve currency its status is in question. Gee, I wonder what sort of people might constitute that enemy from within.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Okay, let's talk about AI. The great AI job displacement is closer than you think. This is just a compilation video of a bunch of different people's thoughts on AI and the way that it's going to affect jobs and everything. So we'll watch through this, and I've got some different thoughts that it sparked the first time through, so I'm sure it'll spark them again, and we'll comment as we go. Do me a favor and hit the like button, folks. There was a $10 tip here from Streamlabs that I just realized I forgot to read out earlier from Await. $10, and he says, "Thanks for the white pills, King." Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate the support. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Reminder, tips.kingpilled.com. If you don't want Google taking... If you want to support the show, but you don't want Google to take 30 to 50% of it, and if you don't want PayPal taking like 2.9% of it, then you can use donate Bitcoin using my Lightning wallet, Kingpilled at manabitcoin.com. Link is in the description. Kingpilled at mana, M-A-N-N-A, bitcoin.com. All right, let's listen to the... I mean, you guys have been listening for a while. You know my position on the AI and how it's going to affect the job market and such. And if you don't, you may pick up on my general demeanor that someone might call me a tech optimist, and I'm not really a tech optimist. I'm just I'm the reasonable moderate centrist here. I'm just a tech realist. So I think being optimistic and pessimistic about tech are equally flawed perspectives, or it's like they're equally flawed frames. There's no reason to be optimistic or pessimistic because tech is neither inherently good nor inherently bad. So the effect that tech ultimately has on us depends on us.
You might wonder if AI systems are so capable, then companies will use them to do pretty much everything they pay human beings to do. And if they don't, they'll go out of business. What does a world look like where machines do all the work, we become enfeebled?
Like some kids of billionaires are absolutely useless. Is that what
Yes, in fact, we would all be kids of billionaires. And, you know, one obvious consequence would be that we lose the incentive to learn. We lose the incentive to be independent, to achieve. In a sense, our civilization would end because it would no longer be a human civilization.
What a fascinating thing to say. We are all going to be like kids of billionaires. What? We're all going to be like kids of billionaires, and this is going to end the world. What a very odd perspective. I mean, I don't think it would be good to all be kids of billionaires, but it also wouldn't be bad either. What a strange thing. All of our needs are going to be provided for us. We're going to have more resources than we know what to do with, and it's going to be the end of our civilization. Now, it's actually not entirely wrong-headed, but I think they're coming at it they're arriving at that for the wrong reason. Were that to be the case, it wouldn't be the AI that ended our civilization. It would be us. Like, we chose to allow this to happen. Because what do the children of billionaires have? What did he say here? What were the things he listed off? Incentive to learn.
And, you know, one obvious consequence would be that we lose the incentive to learn.
Why would you lose the incentive to learn? If all of your needs were provided for, if you had more resources than you knew what to do with, would that make you not want to learn things? I don't know about, for me, it would be like, oh, now I can spend all of my time learning things. I can literally go round the clock anytime I want. I can just spend all of my time learning things. All of my needs are provided for. My housing is provided for. My food's provided for. Now I can learn anything that I want at any time. So why would you lose your incentive to learn? That's not the AI doing that to you. In fact, the AI is a fantastic tool for learning things. My ability to learn things has scaled up tremendously since I started using just a very simple AI tool. It's a fantastic tool for learning things if you use it to learn things. But that's a human thing. If you don't want people to lose the incentive to learn, the answer is not like stop AI. The answer is incentivize people to learn. Give them reasons to learn. Learning is not something. This is like this materialist viewpoint that the only motivation for learning is because you might get money for it or something. But if all of your needs are provided for, then you have no need to go out and get more money, so you don't have any incentive to learn because the learning is what goes to get like that fact pattern will bear itself out to a certain degree, because that's just, you know, that it's like saying there shouldn't be billionaires because billionaires' kids squander money. That's not a problem with the billionaire or the existence of a billionaire. That's a problem with the character, the moral character of the people itself.
And we lose the incentive to be independent.
We lose the incentive to be independent. What does that even mean? So if we reach this AI singularity point where there are no jobs for everyone because all of the jobs are being done by AI and robots, which I kind of reject the premise in the first place, but there's some directionality to it. So we'll just operate within the frame here. If every single job is being done by robots, so people don't need to do those jobs, what does that mean? That means all of the food is provided for minimal cost. All of the transportation is provided for at minimal cost. There's massive economic or massive scientific advancement and development and inventions, and all this stuff is all being done automated for us. And we just get to collect the benefits from it. A lot of these AI doomer perspectives really just come off to me as veiled communism. Like, AI is going to be a tool that will vastly disproportionately serve some people over others, as with literally every piece of technology that's ever been invented. And because certain people will disproportionately benefit from it, that's going to make everything bad. This is just, all of these AI doomer arguments to me are just barely disguised communism, just dressed up in a I don't know, a post-apocalyptic technological garb.
Dependent to achieve, in a sense, our civilization would end because it would no longer be a human civilization.
When that happens, we will need to have a conversation at places like this event about, you know, how do we organize our economy, right? How do humans find meaning? Right? There are a lot of assumptions we've made when humans were the most intelligent species on the planet that are going to be invalidated by what's happening with AI. And I think the only good thing about it is that we'll all be in the same boat. I'm actually afraid of the world where 30% of human labor becomes fully automated by AI, and the other 70%. That's going to cause this just incredible, you know, class war between the groups that have been and the groups that haven't been. If we're all in the same boat, it's not going to be easy, but I actually feel better about it because we're going to have to sit down and say, whoa, you know, it's not like we're randomly picking every third person and saying you're useless. We're all in the same boat. We've recognized that we've reached the point as a technological civilization where the idea, there's huge abundance and huge economic value, but the idea that the way to distribute that value is for humans to produce economic labor, and this is where they feel their sense of self-worth. Once that idea gets invalidated, we're all going to have to sit down and figure it out. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, my true belief is that that is coming. I think AI companies are going to be at the center of that, or maybe in the crosshairs of that, and, you know, we need to have a responsibility to have an answer there.
That guy's actually getting much closer, I think, to the heart of the issue, which is that there is, in a number of ways here, so there is a great reallocation of power that is going to happen because of the so-called AI revolution or whatever. The mass introduction of AI and automation is going to be a great reorganizing event. And this is where so much of the dooming comes from, because there's a lot of people with totally vested interests who are late to the game, who are going to be upended by this. There's going to be a reallocation of power among different factions. And it's not just going to be a reallocation of power where, like, you have this existing order and then people just change places in that order. It's going to be a new order and people are going to have their positions changed in that order. So you could go from an old order to a new order, and the people at the top of the old order are the people at the top of the new order, and the people at the bottom are the people at the bottom. But we're getting two changes. We're getting a change from the old order to the new order, and a reallocation of who's where in a given order. And so there are a lot of people who are very fearful about this because their position is going to be threatened in that new order. And this is the same for every Luddite or every Malthusian argument ever. It's ultimately propagated from the established vested interests who don't want their current state of who don't want the current state of things to be changed. So it's that same sort of conservative impulse. No, we can't have Trump. Even if he does some good stuff, he's going to upset all of our established norms. No, we can't have massive AI proliferation because it's going to upset all of our established norms. But those established norms are going to be upset because something like AI doesn't there's no stopping it. Just like every other industrial revolution. Just like the invention of electricity or the printing press or whatever. None of these things are ever getting stopped. They're going to happen. So any time spent talking about why it shouldn't happen is just wasted time. Oh, imagine if it didn't happen, and imagine if the world played out a different way. Okay, yeah, but that's not going to happen, so why are we imagining it? Why don't we dedicate our resources to figuring out how to get the best possible scenario out of the thing that's obviously going to happen? Because it's very clear that there's a lot of really positive things that will come from it. Like critical, like core goods having their values driven to effectively zero. We're going to get a big expansion in what constitutes a public utility. And so this is necessarily going to bring with it, like, there's lots of social reasons why we're ready for a rethinking of American governmental structure, akin to the founding of the country. Oh, there's a lot of social reasons why that's the case, but we're also here getting technological and economic reasons that are all converging at the same time. The economic system has spun into this trajectory where it's time for a rethinking and a restructuring. And that's corresponding with all these social and generational patterns that we're reaching a point in terms of our various narratives and stories that we've told ourselves that it's time for a restructuring. It's time for new political formulas. It's time for a new spirit of a new age. And then technologically, we're getting the same thing. We're hitting like an exponentiation point technologically that's going to force a restructuring of everything. And this is the point where being positively focused and hopeful and disciplined and determined matters the most. We can't just coast by on inertia any longer. We're not going to live in, we don't get to have like some safe world that where things are just sort of naturally provided. No, we have to intentionally focus and invest ourselves in fashioning the world in front of us. It just so happens that the world in front of us is going to be much more amenable to being fashioned right now. You could think of like a cycle where the social fabric or the social order is very soft and flexible and moldable, and then it gets set into a mold, and then it hardens into that, and as it hardens, it gets more and more and more brittle until eventually it breaks, and then it gets softened up, and you have to remold it and establish a new order. And we're at that point right now, which means this is a tremendous opportunity to accomplish good things that would have never been conceivable before. Like going to Mars. Or making the cost of housing virtually negligible. Or being able to scale up industrial ventures in a fraction of the time at a fraction of the cost. Being able to mass produce virtually anything we want in a very short order, a very short period of time for relatively little investment. These are very great things that are right immediately in front of us. But if we enter this period of time, this liminal space where all the orders are changing, and we instantiate the new orders in a spirit of nihilism and fear and cowardice and timidity, then that will define the next order, which means we're going to be leaving a legacy for our children and our grandchildren that's defined by those things. I mentioned this on a show recently, I can't remember when or where, about hope. That it's become gay to hope. It's part of like the ironic oeuvre that's taken over everything, that's covered everything. It's like, it's not cool to be sincere and authentic. That's why I led the show off today with this wholesome stuff. Because I think part of this comes with the whole new atheist thing of you just have faith. Oh, look at me, I'm a scientist. I follow what the evidence tells me. Oh, you speak to evidence? That sounds kind of weird. The evidence speaks to you? You have conversations? What language do you speak when you're talking to the evidence? How do you know how to interpret that evidence? Do you have like special interpretation device? Does it speak English to you? Does it know your slang or something like that? I know what the evidence shows me. No, this is just faith in a different God. But part of that worldview that I felt very strongly growing up as a devout conservative Christian was that it made you feel kind of silly or sort of gay, kind of like a cop-out, like, oh yeah, I have faith in the Lord. If you have faith, this is the age of science, sir. We don't have faith anymore. And I think that set the stage for an entire generation of people for whom hoping is seen as gay. It's soft, it's weak. But hope is a Christian virtue. There's few things more important than hope. Demoralizing people is a great evil. In order to be a moral people, we must be able to hope. And hope isn't passive. Hope is the thing that motivates you. If you're hoping, by definition, you're motivated. Hoping doesn't exist passively. If you take away hope, You take away meaning. There is no, you now are a people who are a bunch of insignificant tiny little specks on top of another insignificant tiny little speck just hurtling through this vast, meaningless universe. It's absolute mind poison. And the spirit of the age knows that we're in this transitional, liminal phase. And that the future, this is another thing Tom Luongo talked about with David Gornowski, the quantum state of things. We're dealing in probabilities. The future is not known. The future is not defined. We get to decide what the future is going to be. We imprint it, and then it imprints itself on us and on our children. We get to define what the future is going to be. The spirit of the age knows that, and this is why there are so many demoralization campaigns. It's not an accident. Those are designed to demoralize you, to crush the hope out of you, so that in this period where we get to define the spirit of the new age, we are lured into defining it in terms of nihilism and despair. One of the last great tricks of this age's merchants of despair.
It doesn't mean the transition won't be messy. In fact, I expect it in some ways to be pretty painful. Just having looked at history, that in 2 generations, society can absorb any amount of technologically driven labor market change. But we've never had to do this in like 10 years or 5 years or whatever this is going to be.
If you look at the prior industrial revolutions, respectively, they took 80, 60, and about 40 years to take place, right? And what we're talking about is this next wave is going to be a 5 to 10 years max. And, you know, when you're working with a physical world and billions of people, that's just not enough time, especially when we have governments that move at the pace that they do.
Now, this is a valuable critique here. This is a valuable warning or cautionary statement. The past industrial revolutions we're getting an accelerated pace of economic change, which is part of the technological change, which is part of what people just assume that what is going to continue. They have this Newtonian physical system in their head. They transport onto or transplant onto their theory of social dynamics. They assume that things are just going to continue at this trajectory, and so we're going to hit this singularity where things are just exponentially increasing, exponentially, and then you get like Nick Land territory. So yes, we are going through another industrial revolution that is going to be even more transformative in a shorter period of time. So it's like, on average, it's more transformative and it's compressed into a shorter period of time. So it's going to be incredibly rocky, incredibly tumultuous. But here's the thing. At the same time,
I'm ready to kill.
We are also equipping ourselves with tools that allow us to navigate extreme changes like that. $10 tip from 10. Thank you, 10. I appreciate you. Thank you for the $10. It's not like the tools are waiting for us at the end and we just have to like ride it out and eventually get there. And hopefully we get there and we actually get to use those tools. No, we get to use those tools in real time. What's actually happening is that you're getting the return, the payoff from the investment more and more quickly. So what's happened is that we've become a very staid, placid people. There's like rigor mortis that's building up in the collective American person. We're getting stiff and inflexible, and we're being forced into flexibility. But we're also being given the ability to manage that flexibility at the same time. But it's a matter of setting our minds to it, embracing it, and rolling with it. So we're going to go through this period of extreme rapid change. And everyone wants to focus on the negative effects of that rapid change. But what it also means is suddenly, politics is the art of the possible. What becomes possible
suddenly it expands rapidly, or you could think of it as these things become much closer to us all of a sudden. The scope of what is possible to do has expanded all of a sudden. So you get the nothing ever happens guys who see their hypothetical utopian ideal and where we are, and they're like, oh, that's so far, and they're extrapolating from the existing bureaucratic inertial status quo. And they're like, well, if you continue at this pace, it extrapolates out that far. But we don't live in a Newtonian world. As we pass through this liminal space, we're going to get rapid transformations, and that's not just economically. It's not just technologically. It's going to be rapid transformations politically. Our politics are going to be vastly different. And you might think, oh, well, it's not possible. You could never get to that point. It would take so long, and we've been indoctrinated for so long. This stuff can be ripped out root and branch overnight. There's another bitter white pill about the intoxicating effects of being so invested in our digital technology and stuff all the time, is that it's actually made us, I think, a lot more neuroplastic, relatively speaking. We're more fickle is the downside. The upside is that you can be conditioned into a completely different world with completely different priorities very readily. So the downside is you get detached from your traditions so much that you begin losing your identity. You become kind of fickle and everything. The upside of that, the bitter white pill of that, is suddenly you become it's so much easier to suddenly change you into something that you aren't. Change you into something completely new. But with that, you can't just float along with it and be like, oh, I'll just get adapted to the new thing, because you might get adapted to something you don't want to be adapted to. Never in a number of generations have we had such a great opportunity for high agency people to make an outsized impact on the world. And one of the great things about the so-called AI revolution is that it's going to give high agency people exponentially more leverage to effectuate their values on the world.
And how behind they are in understanding this technology. US is around 65% white collar workers. And those are the first people that are going to be impacted by AI induced job displacements.
I think we're near guaranteed at this point to have effectively models that are capable of automating any white collar job by like 27, 28, or near guaranteed end of decade.
The first question I always ask programmers is, what language do you program in? And the correct answer is it doesn't matter, because you're trying to design for an outcome. You don't care what code is generated by the computer. The vast majority of programmers will be replaced by AI programmers.
There's two ways to view this now. So the vast majority of programmers will be replaced by AI programmers. Well, that really sucks for the programmers. You know who it doesn't suck for? The people hiring programmers. Because now suddenly I don't need to go hire someone and then try to like communicate with them and deal with like different schedules and they're more expensive, take longer. Now, if I'm in the market for a programmer, I can get an AI programmer that I can say, this is what I want, and it will spit out what I want. And I can say, no, it's not quite right. Change it this way. Change it that way. Change it this other way. So to the people hiring programmers, this will be a massive boon. It'll be incredible. You know who it's going to suck for? The Jeets. The people who are going to really make out well are going to be the people who are excellent prompt engineers. That'll be probably a new job description. That's like a particular skill that you could advertise that you have. You've become an expert at communicating with the machine. Because it's basically just, it's natural language where you can say, give me a website that has a green background with a gradient going from this color to this color at this gradient percentage, and has this feature on it, and it says this in this spot, and it has a picture of this, and put the button here and give it these characteristics and have it navigate to this link. You just type that out, or you could even speak it to it, and then it'll just produce it. So you don't have to go hire a whole web developer and designer and all that sort of stuff. You just have your program, and you tell the program to do it, and it cranks it out. So the process of producing a website goes to effectively zero. So for the people who have been employed creating websites for people, it sucks for them, but it's great for the people who are needing a website built. Because now the cost of building a website goes way down, and the convenience of it goes way up. And then there will be a market for boutique website designers who can do certain things better than the prompts, or better than the AI tools can. But both of these things are true at the same time. And this is nothing new. We've gone through this as a human species over and over and over and over and over again. The term Luddite has proliferated in our language for as long as I've been alive and longer. And the Luddite is specifically the person who makes this sort of argument. Oh, we have to stop that form of technology because it's going to put people out of business. Yeah, you know who's out of business? Lamplighters. All the people who used to go around lighting the lamps and then blowing them out, yeah, they lost their jobs. Are we worse off because we don't have lamplighters anymore? Now we have light bulbs? This is such an old, tired argument. It's insane that it has so much purchase on people.
Look at coding, programming, which is one area where AI is making the most progress. What we are finding is we are not far from a world, I think we'll be there in 3 to 6 months, where AI is writing 90% of the code. And then in 12 months, we may be in a world where AI is writing essentially all of the code.
The US is not well positioned to realize the ambitious economic benefits of AGI without widespread unemployment and accompanying societal unrest.
The era we've come to is sort of the vision that computing was expensive and it basically became free. The era that we're just starting is that intelligence is rare, you know, a great doctor, a great teacher. And with AI, over the next decade, that will become free, commonplace, you know, great medical advice, great tutoring. And it's kind of profound because it solves all these specific problems, like we don't have enough doctors or, you know, mental health professionals. But it brings with it kind of so much change. You know, what will jobs be like? Should we, you know, just work like 2 or 3 days a week?
I mean, will we still need humans?
Not for most things. You know, we'll decide.
I mean, hosting a talk show, definitely.
I would not be shocked if some...
See, here's the thing. If you say, we won't need humans for most things, that means most things that used to require a human to do them now don't require a human to invest their time and attention into doing that thing. It's being done for them, which means that time and attention is freed up to dedicate to other things. So what are they going to dedicate that time and attention to? Our problem is not going to be a lack of things. We've gotten so inured to this age of feeling more and more stretched and like we're being drowned and suffocated. This is the longhouse just oppressing us. Feeling strangled, you can't talk. We're going to get the exact opposite. The age of the vengeful son is going to be an age of explosiveness. We're going to have the problems of chaos or disorder. Those are going to be the things that define the age of the vengeful son. So we're going to suddenly have a whole bunch of people who have a whole bunch of time on their hands. All their basic resources are provided for them at very little expense. And so they can go do anything else. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is not yet written. We get to write that. Is it going to be a great opportunity or is it going to be a great curse? Spoiler alert, it's going to be both. Because this is the human experience. If you're betting on the end of the world, if you're betting on the singularity, you're going to be wrong. It's going to be both. It's going to be a great opportunity for some. It's going to be a great curse for others. Social media is a great opportunity for some people. They've been able to live a life they never could have imagined. Build up immense wealth. It's a great thing. For others, it's an addiction that has destroyed their lives. Both of those exist at the same time.
Somebody's AI model in less than 3 years, beat human experts on a regular basis. Let's put it that way.
What are the specific bottlenecks? Like why?
Humans, here they are. Bottleneck. Hi, good to see you. And some of you are terrified. You're going to be even bigger bottlenecks. That's fine. It's part of free speech. But my goodness, once it starts changing what the world looks like, there will be much more opposition.
You don't get many people digging ditches anymore because a backhoe is just much better at digging ditches than a person. It's going to be the same for almost all mundane intellectual labor.
Could you sell me on this any harder? Are we worse off because backhoes exist? Would we be better off getting rid of all the backhoes so that we could supply anyone with a shovel? They can go dig ditches if they want. Yeah, it would solve some problems. Certainly. What does Thomas Sowell say? This is a trade-off. If you say we're going to get rid of backhoes so that we can go back to manually digging ditches, you'd solve a whole bunch of problems. For sure. You get a lot of guys going and digging ditches. Probably be better for them to dig ditches than whatever else they were going to do. Great. It also means now, instead of getting a project done in a day, maybe the project takes a week. And now extrapolate that across every single application of backhoe across the world every single day. For some reason, people want to say, well, yeah, it was great then, but it's going to suck now. Because, again, this is egotism. Every single person fundamentally is the main character. They have main character syndrome, and they want to believe that they're the ones who live in the end times, because that makes them special.
An AI system is going to make a much better paralegal than a person. It's going to cause...
You mean we're going to have better paralegals? Fantastic. Imagine that. Imagine getting better paralegals.
Rich to get richer, because we're going to get big increases in productivity. And where's that wealth going to go to? It's going to go to rich people. And poor people are going to get poorer.
How are poor people going to get poorer? If you're telling me that the cost of producing virtually everything is going to go way down, then how does it follow that poor people are going to get poorer?
I don't know what to do about that. Universal basic income helps, stops them starving, but it doesn't really solve the problem because people's dignity is gone if they don't have a job.
Now here is a fascinating thing. People's dignity is gone if they don't have a job. This is a half-truth. People's dignity is gone if they don't have something to work for. But this is one of these things that's embedded in the current era, one of the mind worms that's embedded in the current era, that is going to change for better or for worse, which is this view of a career as this sort of the whole Prussian education model going into like the industrial factory. Like, you're gonna go to school, you're gonna go to this grade, and then this grade, and then this grade, and then you're gonna go away to high school, and then you're gonna go to college, and you're gonna study this thing, and then you're gonna get out with a degree, and you're gonna go get a job here, and you're gonna work there, and you're gonna get a pension and a 401k and retirement and all the yada. Yeah, that world's gone, and it's not coming back. And I think
especially for an older person, looking at what AI is going to do to the so-called career model is going to be even more jarring because it's going to be so far removed from anything he experienced his entire life. But when my son is his age, he's going to have lived in a world that is completely different in terms of its structure. The whole 8-hour workday, weekends and weekdays, and all this sort of stuff is not going to really have any reason to stick around, except to the extent that people choose to make it stick around. But becoming like a fully digitally connected, interfaced world is going to mean that stuff can happen during work hours, non-work hours. You can get up, you can go do a tremendous amount of work in a very short period of time and then be not working. You could do like a sprint model of working where you have like a project-based thing. You have some project that you work on, you cram on it for whatever, 3 days, and then you deliver it and then don't work for 2 weeks or something. The whole structure and fabric of society is going to change. And it's going to be good for us. It's time for a change. And there's going to be people who navigate with that effectively, adapt themselves into it, form and model what the future is going to look like. And there's the people who are going to get dragged along kicking and screaming, as with every single major innovation period in society.
If this is half as big as you seem to think it is, it's going to be the single most disruptive thing to hit labor markets ever, given how compressed the time period in which it will arrive is, right? It took a long time to lay down electricity. It took a long time to build railroads. There's just a lot of jobs that are doing work behind a computer. And as companies absorb machines that can do work behind a computer for you, that will change their hiring.
It will affect every single job out there. Don't put your head in the sand. There are a lot of companies who don't want to talk about it openly because we're scaring people about jobs. It is going to replace jobs. So did the tractor and fertilizer. So if you want to create 40 million jobs, I can do that with 2 pieces of legislation. You can no longer use tractors in farms, and you can no longer use fertilizer. You're going to need 40 million people working 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, making $6 an hour. You create a lot of great jobs.
There's that. Leave it to Uncle Jamie to just knock it out of the park. That's exactly correct. That's exactly what I was saying. You create a whole bunch of jobs. Are we going to be better off for it? Yeah, we would probably, in a lot of ways. If we had 40 million people who are out working in the earth, yeah, that'd be great. It'd be a really rough adjustment period. And it's not even possible. It's not even conceivable. Politics is the art of the possible. You're never going to get a political system where you can outlaw tractors and fertilizer, obviously. The same with this. You're not going to outlaw it. You're not going to stop it. You're not going to put it away somehow. So anybody who's thinking or talking that way is like, to go tell it to your diary. You're not doing anything productive by talking this way. Oh, it's going to be so bad. Nobody's ready for how it's going to be. This is it's like, it's just masturbating. You're just doing it for the sake of pleasuring yourself, and it's going to make you feel empty when you're done.
Huge commercial pressure to build AIs with greater and greater agency to replace human labor.
We're displacing human labor, and we're going to crash human wages. And so, to give an example of this,
displacing human labor. Doesn't that really get at it? When you think about labor as like a political euphemism, like the Labor Party, this gives you an idea of where all the doom pilling originates. The doom pilling originates from the communists. So when I see our guys dooming about AI, because I don't know, they like associate it with Silicon Valley or something, and they're culturally not a fan of Silicon Valley, and so it's like you have to knee-jerk reject anything from there. But like, this is where it's coming from. This is like the insertion point into the narrative. Is communists who are aghast at the notion that human labor might be replaced because they reduce human beings to labor widgets. And human beings are not labor widgets. Your value is not inherently tied to your labor in the economic sense.
This economists just sort of covered it, and they were looking at, well, what happens to economic output under the case of like no change and then sort of very strong AI, without having to go into what AGI is. You see that output GDP is just going to start like going up by multiples. But what happens to human wages looks like this. And it's not like the AI companies actually have a plan, by the way, because we talk with all of them. They have a couple of people thinking about it. But this is about to wash over society. It is easy to want to look away because it's just so intense.
Hardly anyone you know, including yourself, is prepared to live in actual moving history. No one at the beginning of the printing press had any real idea of the changes it would bring. No one at the beginning of the fossil fuel era had much of an idea of the changes it would bring. No one is good at predicting the longer-term or even medium-term outcomes of these radical technological changes.
Psychosocially,
that's that point that nobody is prepared to live in moving history. I think we're so frozen, even if consciously you might reject the Fukuyama end of history mindset, it's still in there. It's still in there. The idea of something changing, everyone's like really uncomfortable with change right now. We're in a time of great change. And we're just getting started. There's going to be massive change. And like he also says here, there's no use trying to predict a lot of it. Like predicting the specifics of exactly what it's going to look like. That's why I'm not doing it here. Like I'll give some examples kind of, but the whole point of this is nobody has any idea exactly what it's going to look like, which is what is such a great opportunity. If nobody knows what it's going to look like, then that gives the people who do have ideas a leg up on bringing those ideas to pass. Because now you could be the one who casts the positive vision and actually puts something in people's mind's eye where previously there's just like a big scary void. You get to fill that void.
it's very disturbing that you can no longer tell people what kind of world they should prepare their kids or grandkids for.
Yeah. I also think kids are going to have a junior year existential crisis of what do I do? How do I future-proof myself? What does the world going forward look like? I think there could be a massive loss of enthusiasm where a feeling of malaise settles over young people who are just like, why bother? I'm just going to get destroyed by AI. They're going to be able to do it better than me.
That is the only way that that happens is if the older generations drown the younger generations in that sense of malaise. Because the younger generations don't have, like, they're not coming at this with expectations when they come into the world. They just are born into the world that they're born into. Like, when my son is old enough, he's going to be able to start a company doing virtually anything he wants almost immediately. He's going to have greater tools for leveraging opportunities around him than I did at his age. That's a great thing. That's a wonderful thing. My responsibility is making him aware of that and giving him the space in which to do that, carving out that space so that he can do that. And the fact that it's different than how things used to be is going to be completely meaningless to him. The fact that the economy of the 2030s is going to look different than the economy of the 1970s doesn't mean anything to someone born in the 2020s. It means something to the people who were born in the 1950s. And that's again where a lot of this stuff trickles down to. These memes get out there and people just start repeating them, even though they have no bearing on reality. Where do they come from? Well, they come from communists who think that the apotheosis of meaning for a human being is being a labor widget. And so they start dooming about this stuff. And for one reason or another, other people who are sympathetic to them for this thing or that thing, they pick that up as well and incorporate it into their corpus of thinking. Or it comes from the boomers who are recoiling from just how different it's going to be. And so they start talking this way, and other people just kind of pick it up by osmosis. And then it just becomes fashionable. And then you're kind of a freak, or you're suspicious if you're not an AI doomer. Oh, maybe you're one of the ones trying to get it over on us. And it's this sort of paranoid nihilism that will ensure the AI doomer worldview. Because, yeah, if human beings remain a bunch of pessimistic, fatalist, low agency people, yeah, the AI revolution is going to be catastrophic. And for the people who maintain that posture, it is going to be catastrophic. But it is going to highly reward those who are hopeful with a positive vision and high agency.
We're entering a world where certain people will never get a job interview because AI dinged certain things about their profile. Essentially, companies will just start using an AI screen for everything, and then
you're not necessarily going to need to work for a company. Why would you go work for a company when you have all the tools you need to start your own or to do your own thing immediately commercially available to you? If you could, I don't know, start an app that does things for people or start some real world thing and market it, and you don't need the overhead costs of running your own business will be driven to basically zero because all of the white collar stuff is all automated and it's just basically the energy costs of doing it all. This is what I'm talking about. People have this model in their mind where, oh, you have to go get a job from a company and you have to have a job interview and apply for it. And the whole digital nomad people are actually ahead of the curve on a lot of this stuff. The people who are successful and high agency are going to function a lot more like the digital nomads do, even if they aren't doing the things the digital nomads are. You could be a digital nomad and you could live remotely, just you'd run your whole thing from your house. You don't need to go get a job from a company. You don't need to have a resume and get dinged in the hiring process or whatever. Why are you going to get hired in the first place? Do your own thing.
if you run afoul on one screen, you're probably going to run afoul of all the other screens too. And so it's I'm permanently on the outside looking in. That's the kind of dystopia we're fast approaching.
I think we're at what late February 2020 was for COVID, but for AI. And if you're paying attention, you kind of have an idea of the general direction in which the world is headed. You know that, as was the case with COVID, within a very short amount of time, every single world leader, every single CEO, every single institution, members of the general public are going to realize pretty soon that the main thing we as a world are dealing with is COVID, or in this case, AI. And it was in the initial early months of COVID when many of the most important decisions were made. Decisions which ended up either saving or costing millions of lives.
If you look at Congress talking about social media, whenever Mark Zuckerberg and other CEOs show up, the cluelessness that Congress has about how technology works is incredible. It's heartbreaking.
I agree completely, but that's what scares me. The response is when they start to get dangerous, we'll really get it together. The politicians will pass the right laws. Engineers will solve the right problems. We are not that good at many of those things. We take forever.
I'm going to be honest with you.
We are not early.
I'm kind of retarded.
We are 2 years away according to prediction markets. This is not a biased CEO fundraising. This is what smartest people, super forecasters are thinking of this problem.
Several OpenAI staff have been telling friends that they are both jazzed and spooked by recent progress.
And I feel urgency. I really think we need to do something in 2025. If we get to the end of 2025 and we've still done nothing about this, then I'm going to be worried.
Oh no, he's going to be worried, guys. Okay, that's enough of that. All right, let's dip into more controversy here. Breaking. Trump has tapped Palantir to create a master database on every American, per the New Republic. It's actually per New York Times, but The Trump administration has sought access to detailed citizen data, including bank account numbers, student debt amounts, medical claims, and disability status from government databases. Palantir has secured over $113 million in federal contracts since Trump took office, with ongoing talks to expand its technology to the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service, according to 6 government officials and Palantir employees. Now, a large chunk of that $113 million in federal contracts we talked about a little while back. They created a special software called Immigration OS that DHS and ICE have been using to target illegal immigrants. And there's a lot of people who are really, really dooming out about this. And even people that I like, people I respect, who just seem to have this bizarre brain worm that has been implanted in them. First of all, I've been saying for how long now that you do not have privacy. The age of privacy is dead and gone. It's not coming back. You don't have privacy. It is not reasonable to expect privacy in a digital age. We've crossed that threshold a long time ago. You're not going to have privacy. Like, you can get privacy in little ways. You're not going to have somebody looking at your penis if you don't want them to. You can take a shower without people looking at you. But I'm talking oh, I don't want the government knowing how much student debt I have. Are you serious? Are you serious? People talk about the real ID. Oh, the real ID. See, this is it. They're gonna put us into a minority report. Do you realize going from driver's license to real ID is vastly less of a leap than going from no driver's license to driver's license? The fact that in order to drive a vehicle, you have to go register with the government. And they have a database where they keep track of you. Can you imagine? Oh, I'm going to have a real ID to be able to fly. Yeah, you have to have a driver's license to be able to fly. The idea that we're going to live that there's going to be all this sort of digital technology and ability to synthesize massive amounts of data and there's not going to be a database of, you're saying that you think it's ideal if a nation state doesn't have any idea how many people live in the country or the details about those people. We're not going to live in that world. We're not going to live in the libertarian world. You're not going to have privacy. Whatever privacy you have now is the most that you're ever going to have, and you just need to get used to that. You've just got to accept that. The longer that you go fighting against that, the worse off you're going to be. Now, I mean, if you really want your privacy so much that you're going to go live off grid and grow all of your own food and, cabin in the woods, whatever, please, more power to you. Absolutely go do that. But nobody wants that. They just want to complain about not having privacy, but still get their, their Uber and their Netflix and their have their smartphone and use the cellular networks and they want to benefit from all the other aspects of this digital world, but they don't want to have their identity tracked. I'm telling you, 50 years from now, people are going to look back at someone like that the same way that people today look back at someone who opposed having a driver's license or a social security number or a passport. And yet, having a driver's license, a social security number, and a passport are completely ordinary and normal things, and nobody is out there saying that your ability to live a healthy, happy life is compromised by the fact that you have a passport. Is this them slowly boiling the frog over the course of hundreds of years? Sure, you could look at it that way if you want, because there's definitely going to be people who use these sorts of tools for nefarious reasons. They're also going to be very useful for positive reasons. You want to have secure elections? This is how you have secure elections. You want to get all the illegals out of the country?
This is how you ensure that someone is in the country, they're there legally. You can't demand secure elections and deporting of all illegals, and at the same time object to them getting a clear idea of how many people are actually in the country and who's there legally and who's there illegally. Are there going to be downsides with this? Yeah, definitely. Especially if something drastic happens and Democrats take over in 2028. And then they get these tools at their disposal. Yeah, that'll suck. Definitely. Seems like a pretty good reason to ensure that they never take over again. But that's not some like profound political observation, so maybe it's not a sexy enough answer or something. It's just kind of mundane, but yeah, that's what it is. Here's some of the background on it. This is from New York Times. In March, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the federal government to share data across agencies, raising questions over whether he might compile a master list of personal information on Americans that could give him untold surveillance power. Mr. Trump has not publicly talked about the effort since, but behind the scenes, officials have quietly put technological building blocks into place to enable his plan. In particular, they have turned to one company, Palantir, the data analysis and technology firm. The Trump administration has expanded Palantir's work across the federal government in recent months. The company has received more than $113 million in federal government spending since Mr. Trump took office, according to public records, including additional funds from existing contracts, as well as new contracts within the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon. This does not include a $795 million contract that the Department of Defense awarded the company last week, which has not been spent. Representatives of Palantir are also speaking to at least two other agencies, Social Security Administration and the IRS, about buying its technology, according to 6 government officials and Palantir employees with knowledge of the discussions. The push has put a key Palantir product called Foundry into at least 4 federal agencies, including DHS and the Health and Human Services Department. Widely adopting Foundry, which organizes and analyzes data, paves the way for Mr. Trump to easily merge information from different agencies, the government officials said. Creating detailed portraits of Americans based on government data is not just a pipe dream. The Trump administration has already sought access to hundreds of data points on citizens and others through government databases, including their bank account numbers, the amount of their student debt, their medical claims, and any disability status. Now, if you can look at this a couple of different ways. You can look at this as, oh, this is super nefarious. You know, they're getting ready to round us up and put us in the boxcars and chase us down for our social media posts and whatever else. And okay, sure. Maybe that's going to happen. It seems like that's been happening for 10 years or so. So, I don't know. Not much of a change. You could also look at this as we want to fine-tune the services that this government is offering, and we need to have a clear idea of who the people are in the country. We also don't need to have a bunch of different government agencies that are all independently accumulating their own data and then having to do data requests that take forever and waste resources and everything. We're going to have one centralized database for the federal government that all the agencies are plugged into. And again, are you telling me you think that you're concerned about the government having your data, and yet you file a tax return? You literally go and delineate all of your financial data and give it to the government. All of this is already out there. We're talking about a contract for an excellent software company to centralize all of that into one database that's then searchable and customizable. That's what this is. It's a software package. Health and Human Services, maybe we're going to get really refined information, refined data on health habits of Americans. We're going to have a great breakdown of all the different ages and different comorbidities and diseases that everyone has, and we can use this to start tracking, figuring out, identifying the sources of different things. Of course, government agencies have your data, and this is a tool that allows them to do different things with that data. And some of those things are probably going to be bad, and you're not going to like it. Other things will be very good. We're going to get both of those. What will ultimately determine it at the end of the day is who the people are in power. That's what all of this comes back to. Who are the ultimate decision makers? What are their values? What are their constraints? What are their incentives? Who are they beholden to? Same as anything else. Mr. Trump could potentially use such information to advance his political agenda by policing immigrants and punishing critics. Oh, you're getting me excited. Democratic lawmakers and critics have said. Privacy advocates... the New York Times is very concerned about privacy now. Student unions and labor rights organizations have filed lawsuits to block data access, questioning whether the government could weaponize people's personal information. There's lots of people's personal information that I definitely think the government should weaponize. Absolutely. I think that my government... Well, let me put it this way. My government is going to have the power to weaponize personal data. If you're living in La La Land, if you are imagining a hypothetical government that doesn't have the ability to weaponize personal data, my government is going to have that ability. I want it to have that ability explicitly, and I want it to be really obvious and clear when it does it. I want my government to be very powerful, and I want that power to be formalized and clear and out in the open. So this is a very positive move, in my opinion, on net. This article here is kind of interesting. Alex Karp's War for the West. This Alex Karp guy is very interesting. He's a very, very fascinating character. I've followed him for a while now. Read a lot of his writing and watched speech video clips and stuff of him for quite a while. And he's a complicated character. He is the son of a Jewish guy and an African or African-American woman. He studied at the literal Frankfurt School and was a classmate at Stanford with Peter Thiel. And they were always in like taking the opposite side of every debate with one another, but they managed to be really good friends and ultimately started Palantir together. So it was them and Joe Lonsdale are the ones who started Palantir. And he is totally a progressive. He's a self-described progressive and a self-described socialist, and is an outspoken Zionist, 100% very pro-Israel. He's also one of the most outspoken and unabashed pro-American CEOs in his rhetoric and his demeanor, and he's very well respected within Silicon Valley. I've got a few clips of him here that are I don't have a really clear read on him. I think I find him fascinating. I find him very, very interesting. Don't have a clear read on him as is he good guy or bad guy. I think he's one of these that's too complex for that. But he's not just a simple Zionist. This article is kind of interesting. I'm not going to read the whole thing here. Alex Karp's War for the West. In the Technological Republic, the Palantir CEO exhorts Silicon Valley to embrace technomilitarism in the service of furthering American global supremacy. So here's a couple of clips from him. I just want to give you guys a little whistle wetting here on the way that he talks about things. You'll kind of get it after you listen to him. Let me make sure this isn't on 2x. Okay.
Americans are the most loving, God-fearing, fair, least discriminatory people on the planet. And they want to know that if you're waking up and thinking about harming American citizens, or if American citizens are taken hostage and kept in dungeons, or if you're a foreign power sending fentanyl to poison our people, something really bad is going to happen to you and your friends and your cousins and your bank account and your mistress and whoever was involved. And, when Americans are spending $1 trillion on defense, what I want and what I think my peers want is, why are these people keeping our citizens hostage, torturing our people, attacking our allies, maligning us in what was once called the United Nations, basically a discriminatory institution against anything good? We need to stand up, and those people need to be scared. And that's why this conference is so important, because we have the best products in the world, and we cannot have parity. Our adversaries do not have our moral compunction. If it's even, they will take advantage of our niceness, kindness, our desire to be at home in Nebraska or New Hampshire or wherever we live in our peaceful environments. And they need to wake up scared and go to bed scared. And if you give that to the American people will go back and say, and honestly, probably shouldn't say this is why I thought the Democrats were going to lose the election, why they did, because people want to live in peace. They want to go home. They do not want to hear your woke pagan ideology. They want to know they're safe. And safe means that the other person is scared. That's how you make someone safe. And the average American person understands this. Unfortunately, many of the intellectually captured institutions, funneled and intellectually owned by the Berkeley faculty, do not. And that's what they want. It's sure as hell what I want. And that's what Palantir and all the people in this room, I hope, we're here to serve the American people. And my version of service is the soldiers are happier, the enemies are scared, and Americans go back to enjoying the fact that we're the only one with a real tech scene in this country, and we're going to win everything. That's how I see it.
Here's some more. I'm just going to play these rapid fire for you guys. This is the Alex Karp experience is a very interesting thing.
Why'd you write this? Were you mad at the educational system? Did you think that they were teaching the wrong things? What sparked it?
Look, I think the West, as a notion and as a principle upon which it is executed again, is obviously superior. And not acknowledging that, because by not acknowledging it or denying it, you could pretend you were smarter or better than you were, has led to enormous problems in our society. And also, for the sake of humanity, we have been blessed with a resource called talent management and software production that no other country has. So what does that mean for us? What does it mean for the world? How do you manage that ethically? How do you, and how do you prevent what we had essentially? We had a pagan religion that has infiltrated our universities, and that pagan religion basically says everything that's good about America, everything that actually works, is ipso facto bad.
Pagan religion. He calls wokeness a pagan religion. Very interesting. He's such a mold breaking sort of character. And I know for a lot of people, they think they see any association with Peter Thiel as a bad thing. To me, it actually it is a redeeming quality, generally speaking, because I think Peter Thiel obviously has his shortcomings. Any longtime listener of the ASTROLABE or Kingpilled knows my opinion of Peter Thiel. But he is one of the most unfairly maligned people in politics, I think. And from everything that I've read and heard and listened, and I've spent just, I don't know, hundreds of hours studying him and consuming almost anything that he's said publicly over the last decade at least, there's no question to me that he is a sincere, authentic, good, humble Christian man. Very flawed, very aware of his flaws, and ultimately, I believe, a force for good. Now, it's some of the greatest forces for good who can be subverted, and he's certainly got a lot of attack surface for subversion in his efforts. But I think I've got a tremendous amount of respect for Peter Thiel, and so him being friends with Alex Karp, and not just friends, but like they started Palantir together. They're very deeply intertwined with one another. He is that. To me, that speaks to Alex Karp's character. Even if I am extremely skeptical of a lot of his affiliations and motivations, I've heard enough and seen enough to find him at least more complicated than simply, he's a Zionist. He's a half Jew who's a Zionist. You know, he's absolutely a Western chauvinist, which is very interesting. And listen to this clip.
It's the most effective way for social change is humiliate your enemy and make them poorer. And that's how social change actually happens. And so I think we and then Palantir alumni really played a huge role in that.
Josh Ham's going to like this one. I know it. The most effective way for social change is to humiliate your enemy and make them poorer. Josh says, abso-fucking-lutely. I want everybody absolutely scared. I want everybody else scared shitless of messing with me and mine, Americans. And then he also said, damn right, America is built upon the concept of selling arms to the world. Fart on X. Welcome, Fart. He says, wokeness is definitely a pagan religion, invention of international entities enforced by the state. Yeah, like even in my recognition of Karp as more complicated than simply, oh, he's a leftist, oh, he's a socialist, he's a Zionist, whatever. Having him say, like, he's like a socialist atheist, and calling wokeness a pagan religion, and speaking of it, like just spitting on it, I don't really know how to reconcile that. The dude definitely doesn't have like a generic worldview of any sorts. He's extremely intelligent, and he's also, for the like, I don't know, business development sort of aficionados out there, he's a very interesting CEO. The way his CEO philosophy and the way he goes about running Palantir is very interesting. They've got another complicated character named Shyam Shankar, who I believe is their chief technology officer or chief financial officer. I can't remember which. He was on names coming to me. Sean Ryan. He was on the Sean Ryan show recently, and he's another very interesting, extremely sharp, very compelling speaker. Palantir is such a fascinating company to me, and everyone just knee-jerk pearl clutches and screams about it and yells transhumanism and all of that. And I mean, there's no question, I think, that there's a lot of transhumanist influence there. But it's definitely much more complicated, I think, and much more nuanced than a lot of people appreciate. But that doesn't make for a fun, flashy meme for, I don't know, for nihilistic doomers to build a career off of. So Wit says, I trust Palantir because 48 trusts Palantir. Yeah, I mean, that's at the end of the day, like, that's the Chud ethos, right? If my guy, who I elected into a position of power over me, if he's good with it, I'm good with it too. My responsibility is to trust my guy. And if he betrays me, then that's on him. It's not on me. Fart says, Trump needs to humiliate the globalists and neocons and other enemies of America and make them poorer. And it sure seems like that's the intent, that's the motivation, and Alex Karp is well on board. He's also a big supporter of, for my Gundo fans out there, he's a big supporter of American dynamism and the so-called little tech agenda. Oh yeah, here's another clip from him. This one's good too. He talks about tendies.
One of the more important attributes of it is you win arguments in this country and industry by having conviction that leads to big tendies, which is a retail investment way of saying money. And so if you want to convince the world that you're right about something and you're a builder here, one of the best ways to do it is to build a great business, because everyone will listen. You know, the stuff I'm saying now is arguably the same stuff I've been saying for many, many years, and it wasn't that worth it. You know, it's like, so I think you win arguments, and you win arguments by basically building a castle of success and letting people look at it, and then they basically assume that the way you see the world. And by the way, again, this is kind of in the book, but one of the most important interactions I had was a very poor graduate student. I was so poor, I had this family in this rural village that gave me a coat. And in Frankfurt, there were, of course, in Frankfurt, no one knew a fascist during the war. Like everyone was, and in this village, people were like, yeah, I was basically a Nazi, and I talked to them. And one of the most important things I learned from them was, it was the fact that America and American ways of thinking made them healthier and wealthier and happier that changed how they saw the world much more than anything else. And if you want to change how people organize, if you want to create a discursive environment, if you want to widen the aperture of access to things that work, educational reform, including AI, meritocratic institutions across our society, including universities, you've got to show it in action. And then people will judge you by the fruits you bear. And that will have an enormous impact. And so, one of the reasons I think a lot of us still fight, both current Palantirians, ex-Palantirians, customers, partners, investors, fight for us or defend us, or at least tolerate things they may not exactly agree with, is because they know we're fighting to get something to actually work. And that is actually how you shift the dialogue. And if you want to steal man, why are they yelling and not talking? What are they building?
The Tom Luongo, David Gronowski episode was titled, it was a quote from Tom in the episode. He said, we have enough critics. We need builders. Very interesting. Yeah, winners equals Americans. It's a... Colin Ross says he may be an atheist, but his precepts are certainly Christian. Yeah, right. It's and he was he's an interesting CEO because he doesn't have a technical degree or business degree or anything. I think his degree was in philosophy or something like that. He went to the Frankfurt School, like literally the Frankfurt School. Studied under, let me see who did Alex Karp study under? I'm going to remember the name as soon as I read it. Jürgen Habermas. He studied under Habermas. So he's got like a philosophy background and wound up as the CEO of this military contractor software, enterprise software company. He's a very interesting character. But I gotta say, if this is what the subversive Jews are of this next age, if this is how they're gonna talk, they're gonna be like unabashed American exceptionalist, Western chauvinist. We need to go out and make the enemies of America scared and ensure that Americans feel safe and secure. I will trade that. I will trade that sort of subversive enemy for the last type of subversive enemy that we had. Yeah, and Peter Thiel was under Girard. So this is... And then you listen to Joe Lonsdale talk, and he's quite a character as well, even though he also is extremely pro-Israel. This is why I said a few months ago, I said there's a particular type of personage that is emerging on the right, in the American political right, who are, let's see, there's the people who are pro-Israel at the expense of America. So they think that America exists to serve the interests of Israel. That's what pro-Israel means to them. And then there's the people who are pro-Israel and they're pro-America. They think that America deserves to exist and so does Israel. But they don't believe that America exists to serve the interests of Israel. So they're like Israel sympathetic or Israel ambivalent or even Israel sympathetic, like openly Israel sympathetic. But they also don't think that America exists for the purpose of serving Israel. And that's their vision, which I'm very supportive of this vision. Let's make sure Israel is entirely independent and capable of supporting and sustaining itself. And all of the people who want Israel to exist and be thriving and successful, please move to Israel. Go support the nation you love so much. And I think the more cultural representation that they can get, the better. They need to be far more multicultural than they actually are. That's the reason why they struggle as much as they do. And I fully endorse all of the pro-Israel people moving to Israel and helping them thrive and prosper down there. But this category of person is kind of an interesting. It's difficult to pin down exactly where they're going to land on a given issue, because they are pro-Israel, but they're also very pro-American. And if I was someone who was, let's say, aware of the AIPAC problem, and I wanted to get myself into a position of power, and I recognized how power works, then I might hold a position precisely like that. I'm very pro-Israel. Yes, Israel, one of our greatest allies, such a beacon of democracy in the Middle East. We desperately want Israel to thrive and be prosper. And in fact, it's not good for us to keep subsidizing them, because then they can't learn to stand on their own 2 feet. So it's very important that we set Israel up to be able to just stand on their own 2 feet and be a beacon of light and democracy in the Middle East. That's it's basically the way that J.D. Vance talks. So, yeah, a lot of the political goings on are way more nuanced than, again, we're in this like liminal period of time where things are way more nuanced than
I'm a white guy,
a lot of
and I'm
people
ready to
want
kill.
to treat them. $1 tip from Jay Ford. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate the dollar. Damn it, Jeremy says they have a right to exist on their own money and blood. Exactly, right. Okay. I got a few more things here. Okay, here's my victory lap. Oh, hold on. Josh Ham says, always remember, a strong independent Israel is not the same thing as a strong Israel with an American tether. Right. And if you actually want to get an independent Israel, if you want America to be extracted from Israel, the surest way to have that not happen is to have Israel be in like desolate, dire straits. If you want America to detach from Israel, which I assume anybody listening to this show does, if you don't, then why are you listening? If you want America detached from Israel, the political reality is that that's going to require a stable situation there. So America can't just pull out. It's never going to be politically feasible to just pull out, withdraw completely, and totally cut all ties, like what all the Spurgs seem to think is the only acceptable option. It's just politically infeasible. Politics is the art of the possible. That's not possible. You don't want there to be a pretext for just getting pulled right back in again. So for people who are in power, who are well aware of what the problem is, and actually working within the power that exists right now to change it, it's going to be very difficult to tell whether these are your typical Zionist subversives or our guys on the inside. Because if our guys on the inside are doing their job, they're going to look like Zionist subversives. That's kind of the point. Anyways. This is from Mr. Steve Banyan on Twitter. I won't air out the identity. It's a pseudonym. The Democratic Party as it currently stands is toast. They'll have to move right or be irrelevant, quoting me from 3 months ago. Now, I'm honestly kicking myself. Here I get to take a victory lap for saying I told you so, and saying I told you so. And I'm just mad that I didn't predict that they would be literally using
I'm a
blue
white
MAGA.
guy, and I'm ready to kill.
It would have been an absolutely epic prediction if I'd done that, and now I'm kicking myself that I did it. But I've been saying this since the night of the election. The night of the election, I said, for the Democrat Party to have a future whatsoever, they're going to have to move in the MAGA direction. They're going to have to tack toward MAGA and begin saying, we're actually the real MAGA party. We're the ones who can do MAGA better than Trump.
Democrats are going full MAGA, blue MAGA. No, seriously, Democrats are asking themselves, quote, could blue MAGA revitalize the party? We hear they're making blue hats that say make California great again and swapping out the Village People for Stevie Wonder. I guess if you just can't beat them, you join them. Democrats are admitting Trump was right about everything.
nobody comes out looking better than Donald Trump and the MAGA right. Because the things that they were saying, the things that they were accusing the left of, the things that they were accusing legacy media of, whether it's true or not, they look right. They look like they were on point.
Democrats have never admitted we were right about anything, and now they're admitting we were right about everything. I don't even know how to take that. It's never happened before. They're all saying, you got us, we lied.
Democrats just spent 4 years.
Josh Ham says, just remember me preaching the strength and solidarity of Israel looks identical to me removing all U.S. funding from our greatest ally. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding. And the Iceman says, for Israel to enter the family of modern democracies, they must embrace their Muslim brothers in their bosom. And for this, America must play a leading role. Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Arguing that the border was fine, inflation was not a problem, and Joe Biden was up to the job. And I think that 4 years of that message was really harmful. I think there are a lot of reasons why there are crises in confidence. Oh, nigga, you gay! In the Democratic Party, in institutions. And I think all of it needs to be hashed out, acknowledged, and discussed.
Was that Tapper or Hannity? This isn't fun anymore. What's the point of having two parties if one side just keeps saying the other side's right? Did Democrats just surrender? Tapper's even saying we were right about lawfare.
I think it is problematic when people run for prosecutor and promise to go after a specific politician. And both Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, and Alvin Bragg, the District Attorney of New York, both of them did that. And that, to me, is problematic because you're not saying this is the offense and we need to bring justice to this perpetrator. You're saying, I'm going to go after him. And I think that there was a degree to which that was tolerated by the media writ large.
I'm glad he's saying it, but why didn't he say it on his show? The guy was on the air for what, 2 hours a day? CNN called it the trial of the century. Now Tapper's saying, yeah, it was all cooked up by Tish and Fat Alvin. It's not like this was even covered up. There was tape of Tish and Bragg saying it. Even Morning Joe's admitting Republicans were right about everything. But they're taking credit for it.
If you were a conservative at Harvard Law School, anytime you opened your mouth, you better have thought through it about 20 different times because you were going to get crushed. Whereas, and here's the
it always weirds me out whenever I see Joe and what's her name, Mika. It's so awkward the way they have them sitting together like this. It looks so unnatural and strange. And it honestly, what it makes me think of is their names just escaped my mind. The Muppets, the old Muppets who sit up in the box in the theater and that's what they look like. Like here with this like really obvious weird fake background, and it just, how do these people take themselves seriously?
Important point. Now we talk about why the left may be adrift and at loss. The other side of that is the intellectual laziness that that occurs every time you open your mouth and they all agree with you. Yeah. And you're part of groupthink.
Yes,
so you
Statler and
never have
Waldorf.
to defend your ideas. So when you go out and run a campaign and you think everybody's going to agree with you, it's just the opposite.
Scarborough's like the bully who picks on a kid and then takes credit when the kid turns out to be a winner. Groupthink?
God damn it, Jesse. He's not a bully. Calling him a bully makes him look better than he actually is. This is... I don't ever watch Fox. The only reason I'm watching this is because I get to take my victory lap here. And Jesse Waters is about the best that they have to offer. But they continually take this servile, supine posture toward, like, your audience is vastly larger than theirs. You're calling them a bully? They're pathetic. They're cucked. They're shameless sycophants for power. They're worm tongues. They're not bullies.
Sounds like Morning Joe. They're not just glazing us. They're turning on each other. Democrats just did what Obama told them to. They whacked Biden, and Obama's aides ran Kamala's campaign. And now they're realizing the Messiah can't walk on water.
People are starting to complain, oh my God, the Obama people, they're running everything. Sometimes you get a sense that they think they know everything, they run the world, and in some cases, you can understand it because, well, they did win 2 presidential elections. But at a certain point, that class of folks has to start listening to the next generation coming up because they have ideas. They have ways of reaching out to the voters, to men, to the Obama coalition that they just don't have, they don't have the feel for it because they're not from that generation.
He just called Barry a boomer. And Chuck Todd said Boomer Barry was the one who ran men out of the party.
You spent 15 years essentially ignoring that vote. And in fact, not only ignoring it, interest groups going out of their way to marginalize that demographic group. And then you're shocked when that demographic group doesn't think the Democratic Party wants them to be members.
It is insane how effectively and shamelessly they can make this pivot. It's so blatant and out in the open. You know, we just had the story about their $20 million budget for speaking to men or whatever it was called. They've got the Jobette the Hutt, who's gonna go around to all the frats and like talk to them about why Democrats are cool for guys, and all of this just on a button, just pivoted. And now everyone's distancing themselves like rats off of a sinking ship. What this is implicit capitulation to power.
Barack Obama accused the Republican Party of a war on women. Remember that? Romney had a binder full of women he was trying to hire, and they called him sexist. Mitt Romney was sexist. Every judge Obama appointed was a woman, which is fine. But after a while, I mean, come on. And then they went way overboard with Me Too. And race relations in the country hit an all-time low under Barack. Now Democrats are saying, maybe we should be nicer to whitey. The white dudes for Harris hat didn't work. The DNC is trying to court guys who just want to get laid and have fun, remember? So they sent in Mayor Pete. What does Bearded Pete think they
Going
should
for
be
the
talking
FanDuel
about?
Americans.
We should be talking about how, if Speaker Johnson got his way, it wouldn't be possible, not just for gay.
You realize the reason that they have to try to make Pete Buttigieg into a thing is because he's the best talent they have available at their disposal. They can't get an actual masculine-looking man because there is none that would suit their purposes. They either have to create somebody brand new out of whole cloth, which is coming soon. You're going to get some new guy who appears all of a sudden, who is total. He's going to be like a white boy summer caricature. And he's not going to be selling the Democrat Party explicitly, but he's going to be angling. He's going to be complimentary to Trump, but he's also going to kind of distance himself. And he's actually going to look compelling, but they don't have that guy. They need time to try to come up with him, just figure out who it is and try to get him in there. And they've got to, but it's not like they have some roster of candidates just waiting. You notice who's not doing anything with this? The Rock. Remember, he was like, oh, he's going to run. You got your celebrity president. We'll have our celebrity president. Yeah, he doesn't want anything to do with this. Nobody wants the Democrat brand. They're stuck with people like Pete Buttigieg, so they have to have him wear a beard. Hey, grow a beard. It won't be obvious or anything. Having the literal married gay guy growing a beard to pretend that he's not an effeminate queer.
Gay people to get married, but for straight people to get divorced, let alone like birth control or how he would want to regulate porn or whatever. Most people would have a problem.
Listen to how he goes. He goes, like birth control or like how you would want to regulate porn or whatever. He's got to say it real quick, because he knows deep down that if your sales pitch is you should support the Democrats so you can watch porn, that he's going to get dragged all over the internet and it's not going to be compelling to anyone. But he still has to say it. Talking to the bulwark.
Gay marriage, divorce, and porn. That's Pete's pitch to white guys. Hey guys, don't forget to wear a condom. Look who else they're sending out.
I love young men.
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Shut up, silly woman.
I love frat guys. And in that, I realized, like, even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter.
Oh, yeah.
Need like a cruise ship horn just for whenever her stories come up. Bong!
Whenever I'm on campus, I see Black Lives Matter flags hanging from every fraternity house, every one, and trans flags too. The Democrats were better off with tampon. It's been 6 months. Half the party's like, yep, we're all liars and we deserve to lose. And the other half's taking a knee for George Floyd. Jazzy Crockett and Acosta are dying to go to prison.
And I'm worried about folks like yourself, Congresswoman, because I have to assume that, you know.
Holy shit! Jim Acosta has a show. How many downloads do you think the Jim Acosta show gets? What do you? Let's get an over under in the chat. You guys figure out what's the over under on the number of downloads that the Jim Acosta show gets. I didn't even know it existed.
Of course, they would like to arrest you and some of the others who are more outspoken in the House. That's just me thinking that.
No, you're absolutely right. It's sad that people are fearful and that they are looking at people like me and they're really scared because they know there's a target on my back when you have the president of the United States who consistently drops my name and gets
what's that all about?
No, we're not doing that. You're getting called a slur. I don't know which one. Whichever one I feel like saying at the moment. You're getting called a slur.
The N-word. They all told us Trump had an enemies list. I'm still waiting for the first arrest. Who's Trump arrested besides bad hombres and the linebacker in Congress? Who? James Comey's making death threats. And
Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters is saying, hey, Trump, you're not arresting enough people. Trump, let's get some arrests. Jesse Waters is calling for arrests. Huh.
And he's on a book tour and on a beach. I'd actually like to see a little bit of retribution. Biden pardoned so many cronies, Trump probably has no one left to arrest. You're not going to believe who the Democrat power brokers want to nominate. Are you ready? Not Newsom, definitely not AOC, Rambo.
If you go have lunch at the grill room or go have lunch at the Capitol Grill or go to anywhere where Obama Clinton types congregate, they're pining for Rahm. They think Rahm is the strongest candidate in many cases.
A short Jewish millionaire from Chicago, and he's 65. That is an interesting choice. I'm sure the crowds will go wild. Behind the scenes, they're putting together a shadow cabinet.
GigaJue.
And some of them still won't even say sorry for the shadow government.
The former First Lady should certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw and what she knew. Because I think anybody looking, again, at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was a clear cover-up. And Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover-up.
The Biden clan lied to the country for 4 years, and they have no remorse.
We never got somebody that said, we should never have done this. I can't believe we did it. In retrospect, it was a mistake. How arrogant.
Why the hell does Jake Tapper have a white undershirt on underneath his button-up and blazer? How much is this dude worth? He's wearing a white undershirt?
We were, I mean, even, you know, there was a top White House aide who acknowledged to me that this short...
Sorry, a visible undershirt. Not the whiteness of it. It's visible undershirt, period.
15-minute interview I did with Joe Biden in October 2022, he would not have been capable of doing in October 2023. That admission was stunning to me, but it did not come with, and we really made a mistake. We shouldn't have run him. What an error. I can't believe we did. It didn't come with that.
Democrats confess they lied, but are saying they'd do it again. They say they prefer a president in a coma, controlled by a shadow cabinet over Trump or any Republican. Democrats claim they're having a come to Jesus moment, but really they're just trying to sanitize the crime scene and sell books.
In terms of the left, it's a money grab. I mean, that's not the case. It's not. This is. I don't want to get into where my money comes from, but I'm. You know, CNN is my main job, and that's where my main source of income by far. Very few people write books to make money. I mean, the idea that I would do this for money is it's silly and not true.
Democrats just want to be on the winning side now because being right sells. Even with all the book buzz, Tapper's CNN show had its worst month in 10 years. The man's in quicksand. The more he fights, the deeper he sinks. The country is changing. A majority of the Democrat voters now think populism's cool. They'd rather have populism than promises of abundance. that Democrats never deliver on anyway. The country wants doers, people with common sense, and leaders who tell the truth, not people who lie to them and then write tell-alls to make a quick buck. You know the easiest way to make money in this business? Tell the truth from the beginning.
60% of Democrats are in favor of populism. Isn't that fascinating? Snake Fapper is just incredible. Relatedly, here is Andrew Schultz and Charlamagne, who are reacting to this whole pivot. The reason, so this is like, we're deep diving straight down into slop world. And it's important to be tapped into slop world, because this is the land of the FanDuel Americans. The FanDuel Americans comprise the vast majority of Americans. So every once in a while, you got to take their temperature, see where they're at, see where the people who they take their directions from implicitly or explicitly, see how they're talking.
Where's the apology to us, yo? What the whole corporate media apparatus on the left side had tried to make us radioactive for 4 years. Now all of a sudden they're doing this reversal where they're echoing the same talking points that they criticized us for 4 years. They're going on talk shows and referring to you and myself as these like extremists. And now they're saying the same fucking thing.
Same shit.
But because they can make money off of it, all of a sudden it's okay.
You labeled us part of the right. Now it's time for you to say that we were right. Okay? That's what the fuck it boils down to. And you know what Jon Stewart said that was so ill? Jon Stewart said, you're making money off telling us things
that we knew.
You should have told us for free 2 years ago because you're the fucking news outlet.
Forgetting about the fact how weird it is that the news is selling you a book about news they should have told you was news a year ago for free.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. For Jake Tapper, you know what I'm saying? This ain't an indictment of Jake Tapper. All I'm simply saying is there is not enough accountability being had by the media. And you know what? I don't want to hear Biden lied to us all. You know why? Or the Biden administration lied to us all. That's not a good enough excuse. You know why that's not a good enough excuse? Because you got eyes. Because you got ears. And it was your job as a journalist.
Aren't you a journalist?
That's
you do
right.
some fucking research?
That's right. The same way I can go on Breakfast Club or The Daily Show or Brilliant Idiots and say things like Joe Biden is too old. Joe Biden needs to step down. Like you should be able to say that on your mega platform. But you didn't. And guess what? If Joe Biden was president now, you still wouldn't be saying that. You wouldn't be saying that right now if Joe Biden was president.
That is they're not buying it. They're not buying it. And this is, if I was like a Democratic strategist right here, seeing clips like this out would just have me, I wouldn't be sleeping at night. Because this is you're running out your like carefully crafted cover story, dedicating millions and millions of dollars to this, and a couple of guys are going out here basically for free, who collectively command an audience of millions, and totally calling you on your bullshit. I don't see how Charlamagne. I don't see how I need someone to make a case to me for how the DNC is going to like accumulate power again. Who they're going to align behind, what they're going to run on, how they're going to. I don't see how the party exists beyond, I don't know, let's say 2030. I think it could die sooner than that, but let's say 2030. I don't see how the party continues to exist. The rats are all abandoning each other, and this is in the first 6 months. It didn't even take them 6 months to just completely start caving in on themselves. Everyone, like you got cabinet secretaries who are starting to dish on the record. I don't see how they put a party back together again after all of this. At least not one that can even hold a candle to the collective personality of the Trump administration. Honestly, the only thing that I could see doing it would be someone prominent who crashes out of the Trump administration. Like RFK or Tulsi or something like that. That's the only way that I could see them maintaining their thing. And honestly, I've said this before, if I was the power brokers right now behind the MAGA movement, I would be figuring out how to kayfabe something like that up and execute a hostile takeover of the Democrats through a kayfabed crash out between them. And like, what if it was Elon? What if Trump and Elon kayfabed a crash out between the two of them, and Elon went and took over the entire Democrat Party apparatus? Witt says the left are taking the mantle of all the olds too. The youth is on the right, hardcore. Right. Which it may still do something for them in 2026, 2028. But by the time you get to 2030, 2032, that olds energy isn't going to do much for him anymore. Kate says, I'll give Charlamagne credit for at least putting on a good act. Much better performance than his counterparts. Yeah, right. It's FanDuel American, Dennis. FanDuel. It's a sports gambling website, like for daily fantasy sports and gambling. There's DraftKings and FanDuel are the big ones. So FanDuel American is basically just kind of like your ordinary, generic, like sports ball enthusiast who just wants to grill and watch sports and bet on his favorite teams and go work his 9 to 5 and make babies. Just your ordinary dude. Okay, here we go. I told you guys this was we were going to talk about this. Here is a video of Patriot Gold, aka Asmin Gold, talking about how he and Elon may be cooperating to build out X as a streaming platform to compete with Twitch. I am very, very vested in this happening.
I talked to some of the, like, one of the guys that was, like, working on X as well, like, besides Elon, right? I talked to him a little bit, and like, if they, like, I don't know how much time I can really invest into doing this, right? But I could probably give them, like, at least 20 hours a week. I mean, maybe, I don't know how much time I could really go beyond that. I mean, for free, really. I mean, if they want, like, or we could really work for, like, maybe, like, a month or so, and, like, get the website up to par for, like, live streaming. I could do that. That'd be no big deal. And if asking for ad money, I don't give a fuck about money. Like, I mean, if they want to give me money, that's fine, but I don't give a fuck. The fact is that, like, again, I just think that it's better for the platform, it's better for everybody, and so I just do it for free. Like, I don't care. Like, I've already got enough money, right? And so, like, if I get more money, I get more money. But, like, if not, that's okay. And so anyway,
big dick Patriot Gold.
Yeah, no. So if they want to hit me up and work something out, and yeah, I mean, we could get it set up, because I think honestly it probably would take about probably like 4 months of, like, A/B testing of, like, things that work and don't work. But then after that, I mean, you've already got, like, a number of, like, really good points of reference. It's probably not even that hard. I mean, I don't even think they really even need me to do it. But you know, if they wanted to take live streaming seriously, I think that X could be the place for live streaming. But they just have to do a few different things and change the UI a little bit, which would require, like, I think probably, actually, to be honest, I don't know what I'm talking about with the amount of money it would cost. I really don't. It'd probably be like $30-50 million to get everything, like, set up and ready. Like, that's what I would assume, to, like, have it all programmed in and, like, you know, redo the whole website, do it everywhere. Probably be like 30-50 million. So yeah.
Let's throw out a tweet here. Asmin Gold, more like Patriot Gold.
One of the guys
want this to happen so bad for so many reasons. Like, having it happen, period, without Asmin Gold being involved in it, great, fantastic. Please give me a better streaming platform. But to have, of all the streamers, Asmin Gold specifically, given the arc that he's been on lately, having him play a big role with Elon in setting that up would just be, the lore is just tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Colin Ross says, I heard of him being Patriot Gold. He paid over $1 million in taxes for 2024. That should give you an idea of how much he made. The dude has a massive audience. And I was listening to a clip of him just recently. I'm trying to remember where. He was listening to somebody talking about the demographics of their audience, and he said that the demographics of his audience is mostly guys in their 30s. Now, I imagine a guy that's as prolific as, and this is his whole thing, he strikes me as someone who's probably pretty well dialed into the analytics for his channel and knows who's listening. And I would have expected it to be younger people, younger guys. But he said the majority of his audience was like guys in their 30s, which is basically the same as my audience. So that's very, very interesting. The overwhelming majority of my audience is like 25 to 45. That's on every platform. That's how it breaks out. And it's like 98.5% male, which would probably be the same with him. Okay, and then the very last thing that I had here, and I got to get out of here. My voice is starting to get a little raspy. I appreciate you guys sticking it for the whole lab, 4.5 hours. Conor McGregor says, I want to build on the amazing feats President Nayib Bukele has achieved in El Salvador. Germany dropped the ball. Ireland will not. Using crypto, I plan on establishing a decentralized blueprint for sovereignty, one that others can also adopt to reclaim their nations. I will help to save Ireland. The world is watching. It's time for real change. At Nayib Bukele, let's chat. And Bukele retweeted it. Of course, his replies are filled with people saying, it's Bitcoin, not crypto. Don't talk about crypto. It's just Bitcoin. Would you motherfuckers just, like, can you keep it in your pants for, like, 20 seconds? Just let people come alongside your thing without bludgeoning them with autism. Yes. Yes. If you really get deep into the philosophy of it, you could help someone realize why Bitcoin supersedes crypto. For the vast majority of people, don't ever need to know that. You don't need to perfectly program every single person's brain before you can accept them taking on your thing. This is more of that libertarian brain shit. But this right here, this is Build a Caesar. We're doing victory laps today, folks. Jason Miranchuk and I have been giving you blow by blow everything that's gonna come down the pike for like a year and a half. This is Build a Caesar in action. And it's interesting because this Conor McGregor thing keeps coming up. It keeps coming up. And someone with as much purchase as he has on the public mind, he may not have had people behind him when he first said, I'm going to be the king of Ireland or whatever. He may not have had people behind him then, but going on about this over and over again, there's absolutely people who are trying to get behind him now. So he's the sort of guy who could literally meme himself into office because he has that sort of purchase on the public mind. He has that level of celebrity. And now, and there's so many interesting implications to this. Ireland with respect to the UK, with respect to the rest of Europe, with respect to the end of the Marshall Plan, and the Greenland setting the new basically boundary of America and Greenland. Well, Ireland is quite a bit closer to Greenland than you're moving the border a little bit further there. So if Conor McGregor wants to come into he wants to get himself to atop Ireland, and he wants to bring himself into the orbit of Bukele. Well, Bukele is in the orbit of Trump. This is what the new American colonial project is going to look like. Ultimately, Conor McGregor is going to show deference to Bukele, who himself shows deference to Trump. So I don't know exactly how this is all gonna pan out, and I think it's entirely possible that that McGregor gets himself in deep shit with all sorts of people he's just going to be misled by and co-opted by or whatever else. But regardless of how it actually pans out, I suspect that Conor McGregor this is not just a passing thing that he tweeted about because he was on coke and got real excited one day or something. There's actually legs to this, and it just continually. It's pointing constantly toward what this new age is going to look like. It's going to be an age defined by powerful national leaders who have tremendous charisma, and you might call it the meme presidents. And then, of course, crypto, quote unquote, Bitcoin is also going to be very prominently involved here. All right, but words are just falling away from me. So I'm going to call it a wrap here. $20 tip from Jay Ford. He said, sorry, was testing a fix for Venmo Mobile. well, hopefully you were able to get it fixed, and that's what the $20 tip means. Thank you for that. Thank you for all of the tips tonight, guys. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the chats. And hopefully you enjoyed this extra long banger of a Saturday Labe to make up for missing the past couple shows. Hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Go to church tomorrow, and I will see you guys on Monday. We got Hulk warming up in the background, so do me a favor. Make sure you follow me on Twitter, @RealKingpilled. Go join the Kingpilled Discord, kingpilled.com. And for those who came in late, there is a link in the description now if you would like to send Bitcoin over. I have a lightning address you can send it to. It is kingpilled@manabitcoin.com. Kingpilled@mana, M-A-N-N-A, bitcoin.com. The link is written out in the description if you'd like to use that, but that's a way that you can send for virtually zero cost at all. You can support the show that way, and I'm happy to take any of the Bitcoins that you want to send over to me. My president calls them Bitcoins. I'll call them Bitcoins too. All right, guys. Go join the Kingpilled Discord at kingpilled.com, and I will see you guys on Monday.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania